All right, we're late. All right, good morning. Let's begin. Let's start off with prayer and a pledge of allegiance. Heavenly Father, we thank you for a new day, and we thank you for the beginning of a budget process. We thank you for those that will participate in today's discussions. We pray for the ultimate decisions of this court as we set budget and tax rate for the upcoming year. We thank you for how you have blessed Titus County and given us a strong financial position. Help us, Lord, to make the decisions that are in the best of everyone in this community. We thank you for the employees, the taxpayers, the elected officials, and we turn this agenda today and this discussion over to you. In Christ's name, amen. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, before we begin, I always like to start and give anybody an opportunity from the general public that would like to speak. Anybody want to start off the morning? All right. Let's get right to it. We're going to begin. We've got the purpose of today is to hear from each elected official as to what their particular budget needs are for this upcoming year, relatively in comparison to the budget that they're in right now, and to consider any special requests. But again, we'll not be making any final decisions today. We simply want your input. So we're going to begin here with our first. That is Melissa Stevens from our tax collector's office. Welcome, Melissa.
Thank you.
I'll turn it over to you. I've got a letter here from you if you'd like to address that.
Yes, sir. I am asking for a salary increase for my chief deputy. Her roles have tremendously gone up over the years from where she started. She has been with the county for approximately 13 years. And she also takes care of our special inventory tax. She takes care of tax imports from the appraisal district, and she also takes care of, along with me, we both do it together, our registration accounting checkbook. She is my go-to person when I'm not in the office. She answers questions, she goes to customers, she makes, I wouldn't say final decisions if I'm not there. She would be the one to call me to make that final decision from anything that happens going on in the office. I'm also asking for an increase for 4 deputies. I have 4 that I would consider making considerably less than what the salary should be for a position, that position. The state has required us to, and I have packets for you guys if you would like to look at them. The state, in the last 2 years, we were able, as an office, to take these classes on our own terms before they made it mandatory of August of last year. So we were able to do it as time allowed. Now that when I get new employees in, they're in my little office, not my office, but I have a little office to the side, for probably 5 to 7 business days, working through these classes and taking an exam after each one before they're even allowed to touch the front counter. And then they're only trained for that 5 to 7 days. It usually takes about 5, but if we need to repeat any, then we're able to do that. That's just for registration purposes only. That's just for when you come in to renew your car. That's not doing timed permits. That's not doing your title work. That's not doing even closing out your drawer. That's for registration purposes only. So the state, this is a big deal to the state, which rightfully so, it needs to be that way. It needed to be that way for a long time. So when they feel comfortable with that, after about 6 to 8 weeks, then we move on to titles. Then we will move on to different kinds of permits that they're able to issue and so forth. But only after they're comfortable. My new hire from February, she just got her, and she came back from being with me for being with Judy for 8+ years, and it took her 5 business days to finish those classes for registration. And she knew it. She knew going in what was asked of her. So what I'm saying is they're not easy, and in no means but they're not simple either. She started in February. She just now completed all of hers, and we're in the beginning of June. So I just think that the salaries that they're at now, not her per se. I was able to hire her in, my new hire, at a higher salary just because of some numbers that had switched around. But I have a lady retiring in March. I will not be able to find somebody for the salary that she's currently making.
How do you know that?
When you see a sign going to Longview that says Taco Bell is hiring at $10 to $12 an hour, and they can go to Taco Bell and earn $10 to $12 an hour and come work for the county for $12 an hour, I just don't see paying.
Okay, you haven't advertised yet. You haven't tried to fill a position yet.
I am trying to fill a position actually currently as we speak. I have an employee that left at 12:58. I've had 3 people come back with me and ask for $14 an hour.
Okay.
I have it in my budget to do $14 an hour. I can afford to pay them $14 an hour. But when my person that retires in March, I won't have it in my budget to replace someone at $14 an hour.
Okay. So nobody you think at this point is willing to take that job?
No, sir. Not when I tell them the requirements of the job.
Okay. And so just looking at a percentage there, 14 divided by 1258, that's a 11.5% raise.
Well, and I also have an employee that I hope to goodness that she doesn't retire on me or quit or go to another job. She's currently making $11.88 an hour.
Okay.
And she's been with the county for about 6 years.
All right.
Office expense, I'm just doing some line changes there, just switching some money from one line item to another. We're going to computer, where we took some money from office expense, and I'm pretty sure we've already taken care of that at the last Commissioners Court, to computer expense, and then also to travels and seminars so that I can get my required 60 CEs for this year. And then on my software maintenance, that is paid quarterly, and it did go up a little bit.
That's a set price, and we typically see an increase each year in that.
Correct.
That's not something you have an option on.
No. And that runs our property tax system for our collections. And that is it, guys.
Travel and seminars, you just simply have to go to more of these, or?
Yes, sir. So I have what was passed by the state. I can let y'all read these. Judy was grandfathered in at 20 hours. They passed a law in 2014, I believe, that if you collect property tax, you have to gain an additional 40 hours for the first year. And then it's going to be, so it'll be 60 hours total for my first year, and then it would drop down to 40 thereafter. So it kind of cuts in half after that, but it's mandatory.
So if you meet those minimums, your current budget's not going to allow you to do that?
My $2,000 would not allow me to do that, no, sir.
Okay.
Those classes, I do take quite a few online. I would say probably 10 to 12 hours online. The rest are actual days long. I've looked into hosting those myself. I don't feel like I'm in a position to host being so new. So I'm actually attending those classes. The closest one that I'm attending to is going to be in Conroe in July. And then I just came back from the annual conference and I did earn 22.5 hours there. And then my next class in July, I'll earn 20. And so I'm literally probably 10 hours away from actually having it done already.
Okay. Your current staffing levels are adequate?
I'm actually looking for someone at the moment. I'm having to replace someone. I'm in the interview process.
But I mean,
yes, sir. Yes.
your total head count when you're where you want to be will be what that office is run with?
Yes.
Can you kind of give us a rundown of how many people that is and how many you have on each side?
I have the registration titling side and then I have the property tax side. Registration and I have 5 ladies, and on my tax office side I have 3 ladies. So a total of 9 of us. And I do help whenever is needed. I work the counters quite often during rush or we're out or however the case may be. I'm able to do both.
Tell me one more time the computer expense increase there as opposed to the software maintenance.
The computer increase, I got with Seth with Payro, and those we replaced all 3 computers on the tax side. He estimated them to be 5 and 6 years old. We needed to do window updates on them. They were running super slow. Tax season about killed us this past year, and he told me then that it was because our memory and everything was so low. So he gave me a quote for $31.23 to replace all 3 of them. We didn't replace the monitors, we just replaced the computers. And I just took that from my office expense to that. It can go back to $2,000 next year. I'm okay with that.
And once you get those 3 replaced, your others are fairly
Yes.
up to date?
Well, the other 5 are state computers. We will never replace those as a county. My computer in my office, and then I have I call it my business office. Those are doing well, they are good as well. Seth said that we're pretty good with those.
Back on your deputy chief, are you suggesting a increase of more than the others?
Yes, sir. She's been with the county for, like I said, 13 years, I believe. I don't have her exact hire date. She does a lot for the office. Also, I just want to keep it in y'all's guys' back of your minds. Our county is growing at a significant rate. We're not getting more land. We're taking those parcels of land and splitting them up. So therefore, that creates more property IDs. I know when Shirley came in on commission, on Tuesday, and she told y'all she was buying a new server, we're going to be at that point. There's no way to fit a server into my budget, but just know in the back of your minds, I got with Seth, I have an email here actually. He says at the bare minimum, we may need to replace it at the end of 2022. We're doing good right now with it. We got plenty of storage on it. It's not giving us any trouble, but Titus County is growing.
I just have one final question. Have you ever considered the concept of turning over tax collections back to the appraisal district?
I have not. Titus County makes quite a bit of money off that percentage that we earn from NTCC in the hospital district.
Do you think we make as much as we spend to staff and equip?
I haven't punched the numbers together, but I can if you would like for me to. I believe that we bring more to the table than what is taken out.
Okay.
Especially
just because I'm curious, and this is not an issue I'm pushing right now, but I do want us to be thinking about that and what would be the advantages and disadvantages to
Barbara,
that.
what do you know?
That's just a side note.
We've talked about it a bunch.
The county is to the good by making those collections in-house. I don't remember the numbers right off the top of my head. Frankly, when I looked at the number of people that it takes to run that property tax division, I didn't think that would be the case, but that is the case, or it was for last year. Now, if salaries go up significantly, that can change it. But I know when I looked at it, we were to the good by making those collections in-house.
Okay. That's just something that it seems to me would be beneficial to everyone in the county to consider, is putting all that back in-house so people don't get confused by
Well, would y'all
two
consider that
payees.
I took over their collections?
At this point, I'm just kind of throwing it out there, and every time I ask this, I know Judy's response was the same, that we make more than we spend there. And I don't know if there's enough public concern over this to ever make a major change like that, but it would be something you would have to plan out long-term.
Yes, sir.
Okay, commissioners, any questions for Melissa?
I'm good.
We thank you very much. That's
Thank you.
fairly easy to absorb. All right, thank you, Melissa.
We can get that figure real easy, and it's a good figure. They may kind of offset some of that computer cost. And tax the presidential, won't see if you want it back. Make it helps offset. Plus
But look at the headache it causes the general public. Hi, Cheryl.
That's true.
Good morning. All right, if you'll flip over there to Cheryl's page. Don't know what there is to discuss.
so easy. Next.
Any opportunity for reduction? I mean, I know that most of yours is in payroll. Out of Cheryl's entire budget, the vast majority here is in simply her payroll expenses. That leaves $2,000 in office expense, $1,300 travels and seminars, $250 for dues and bonds, and other expense of $450. The travel and seminars, you haven't spent that much in recent years, so you're comfortable with that, at $1,300?
I'll leave it there because the reason it comes down, I've been carpooling, so we split that cost. I'll put that money back in the account.
Yeah. How many trips do you have to make each year?
Just one.
Just the one? All right. Okay, I don't know what I have to ask you.
Okay.
Thank you very much for...
Thank you, sir. Get out of here. Thank you.
Like I said, there's just, Cheryl's just one of those departments that there's just not a lot there other than the payroll and benefits. Y'all know of anybody else coming from the fire community this morning?
Other than Sugar Hill,
They're coming?
we're here.
Oh, well, no, I mean, do you think, is there anybody else we ought to wait on a few minutes? Tell you what I'd like to do in the 5 minutes we have left over from Cheryl. Chief Clark is here. Welcome, Chief. Could you maybe give us an update on what's going on in Sugar Hill? I appreciate the voicemail message that you sent to me. That sounded positive, but I think folks would like to know, kind of what's going on and what we think next steps are. You're welcome to come up here and grab a mic. Back from a nice long vacation drive through the western half of the United States.
Rested and relaxed.
Good.
Let me give you the update on Sugar Hill for the budget standing. We have no outstanding debt. We met with Barbara, I believe 2 or 3 months ago, and paid off the county loan that we had. We are number 37 in the Texas Forest Service Eastern region for a new tanker. They are, because they took a hit in their budget, I think they're only doing about 10 tankers per region per year. So that would mean they're still 2 to 3 years away of getting a grant for Sugar Hill. We are number 69 on the list for equipment grant. We put that grant in 3 years ago. All of our air bottles are going to be out of date December of next year. So that means all the air packs will be unserviceable. We put a grant in for $16,000 because the air pack bottles are $1,000 a piece and we need 16. So hopefully that'll come through. And we have one outstanding grant that's due to close out next month for Marcus Carlock Jr. He's attending the Academy, North Texas Fire Academy. There's some discussion in the Forest Service right now. They're going to have to do a reapproval on that, so we don't know for sure if that's going to happen in time. If not, we have assured Marcus that we will cover the cost of his school. So on the Sugar Hill scenario, we have a public statement that we would like to issue, and I'll read it to you. The Sugar Hill Volunteer Fire Department has rescinded the vote on the dissolution. We've also rescinded the vote on the plan. We have set forth in motion a new plan to legally transition the Sugar Hill Volunteer Fire Department. In the next approximate 2 to 3 weeks, the firm of Arnold, Walker & Walker will handle all legal matters and conduct an audit. Once all matters have concluded, the audit and inventory have been signed off, the transition will then be complete. We voted on this Tuesday night in a vote of 6 to 4 in favor. So we're probably 2 to 3 weeks away from being able to hand it over to the new group.
The purpose of the audit, if you'll kind of explain that.
The purpose of the audit is to make sure that the new group is getting a clean set of books. I assured Andrew that I didn't want any doubt in anyone's mind that the books were in any way cooked or misread. So we wanted to make sure that they are getting a clean set of books on financials. We will conduct an inventory with the incoming to make sure that all the stuff on record is in-house. We have brought everything back in-house. So everything should be good to go for the new group once we get everything done legally.
How does the new group become a new group? Does the former group have to vote them in, accept them? How and when does that occur?
Well, you have to do it. Our set of bylaws are attached to the state charter in Texas and in Austin. So everything has to be done according to the bylaws. The bylaws state any new member coming into the department has to have a background check and a driver's license check. They have to fill out an application. Once the application is accepted and they have released for the information to be gathered for the background check and driver's license check, at that point they can become a member probationary. And that's based on a clean background check coming back and a clean driver's license check coming back. So that's the plan right now. Once we can get the state charter changed over and get the IRS information changed over and out of my name, we can then offer applications to the new group. So that's kind of the way it happens. Andrew kind of thought, he says if he has to go the mail route, he says it could take longer, but he's hoping that he can change both IRS and the charter information online and have it back in a week or so. So everything's contingent on getting that changed. I will not sign off on the department until I know that I've been removed from the charter, I've been removed from the IRS, I have a clean audit, and the inventory has been signed off.
Did he give you an audit length of time?
He didn't. In talking with John, Mark, and Andrew, Barbara did an audit on the department last year. So they are, instead of taking a full-blown financial audit, they're willing to take the information gathered by Barbara and go forward on income and expenses in that time. So he said it should be a short audit. I think Lanny's the gentleman that does the audit for their firm.
Okay. That sounds good. Fellas back there at the back, can you all hear that? Okay. Do you have any questions that, while we're here and Chief Clark is here, that we might could answer?
Yes, I'd like to ask a question. Ron Collins, what about the driver's license check? Jerry, what is that called about? DWI or what? The driver's license, you said, background check on the driver's license, is that covered DWI, felony, and stuff like that, or what?
Yeah, they go back, the background check will do everything in the 50 states. So anything that pops up on 50 states, they'll pull it. The driver's license check is only for the state of Texas. So any tickets issued in the state of Texas will be pulled on that.
Just the tickets, what you talk about, drive DWI or?
Yeah, any infractions, any moving violations.
Judge, may I say something?
Sure.
Right now, since the Sugar Hill Volunteer Fire Department is considered inactive right now, is the commissioner still going to budget the line item for the Sugar Hill Volunteer Fire Department?
We haven't discussed that. I see no reason to discontinue that.
So the Sugar Hill Volunteer Fire Department will still be budgeted in the next fiscal year?
So in other words, you're concerned about long-term, or you're concerned about this period while we're in limbo? Okay. Well, obviously, there's no run money because nobody's making runs. But
Well, I believe the county gives, what, the volunteer fire department, $1,200?
Right.
Is that money still be available?
Again, we haven't talked about that, but that's a good question. As far as I'm concerned, I don't see any reason to discontinue that.
I just want to make it on the record.
Any questions about this subject here? Thank you very much. We appreciate that. I appreciate you guys reconsidering the situation. I know there's been a lot of stress and strain on you and the current department, as well as new department, as well as folks that are citizens and residents in the Sugar Hill community, is what's going on, and lots of rumors have been out there, lots of false accusations, so I'm sure glad to keep this thing progressing. Hopefully Andrew gets to this fairly quickly and can give everyone leaving and coming the comfort of knowing what I already know, that you've got a good, tight, solid set of books.
Well, thankfully, I've asked all the current members of the Sugar Hill Department to not engage in social media, not engage in rumors. We've let John, Mark, and yourself know every step of the way of what we've been doing. So we've tried to keep it above board. That's the way we're going to go out, with our heads held high.
Good. Any recommendations that you have for the court based on your years of experience? Any potential budget changes that we ought to think about for volunteer fire departments in general?
None that I can think about. Right now, they, for the most part, are pretty well sponsored through your court. And if there is a need, there's always the hopes that they'll come up and address the court for anything else that they might need. But right now, we're finding, and I guess just so y'all know, and I addressed it with you before we started this process, we have taken all the trucks down and had all the maintenance done. Engine 20, big thing is the batteries. It has all new batteries. We sent it down and had the pump test done, so it is certified. So everything on the trucks has been recertified and they're ready to go. And they have not been driven since they've been certified. So they're ready to go. We didn't want to put that burden on the new group coming in, so everything has been taken care of.
Very good. Thank you, sir.
Thank you all.
All right, thank you.
Anyone else here that wants to talk about specific budget for any department? Looks like I've got response from everyone, and other than some adjustments downward in capital item requests that were taken care of this year, I don't see any significant changes. Commissioners, as far as continuation of Sugar Hill funding during this intermediate time, any comments there to continue or discontinue?
I say we should continue it. And then they'll be that much better off for it when they get cranked up.
Right.
I'm sure they'll have some new expenses, so that'll be good. Keep on
Again,
trucking.
you're not paying any run money during this
Yeah.
time. You're just, we're talking about the
Just keeping the lights on.
$1,200. Well, you can see the adjustments downward in capital requests. You got 5 stars, taking a reduction out of this $8,670. Let's see what he says about that.
Grant.
Wildland personal protection equipment grant to replace some outdated gear. And I don't know what the realistic expectation is on getting that grant. We can ask Chief Alsop if that's something that they realistically expect to happen or not. But that's they had $25,000 in their budget last year. He's asking for $8,670 capital outlay that I believe is going to be this extrication and extrication equipment, as well as wildland firefighting equipment to replace some outdated gear.
So Judge Lee, may I ask a question?
Sure.
So what you're saying there's a capital, when they've written capital outlay $8,670, that's grant money that we made a match?
My guess is, since I don't have any explanation otherwise, is that this would be a matching grant. And you can see what some of the percentage matches are there. It looks like that's the net. If they were successful in getting, these grants, what would the county end up coming up with there?
The 20, maybe that rescue equipment's 20 grand max. Would be out 5 on it.
Well, you can see the difference there between, you got 2 aspects of it. One's the extrication equipment, where the requested amount is $20,000 in the grant. They estimate the total cost of that $26,670. So there's $6,670 of it, and then the other $2,000 is on the wildland gear to replace outdated gear. Of course, that would be if they were successful in getting those grants. So he's just, I guess, doing the smart thing and saying if we were successful getting those grants. Now, he may know that there's a real strong chance that they're going to get that, as opposed to a piece of equipment that has, a small percentage likelihood of being able to be achieved. So again, if we budget in that $8,670, that way you know that you're covered should they be successful. And my guess is he thinks he's going to be successful. Comments, questions about that?
good to have a heads up, so contingency, so it's good.
Well,
I hadn't asked them, so I don't know how close they are to it. so-
especially if you know that it's a good chance of being
Must have
able
a really
to-
good chance, hopefully.
Judge Lee, I'll set up a different line item. We won't leave those funds in capital outlay. We'll set up a grant match, something with a different description there.
Okay. All right, flipping from 5-star to Tri-Lakes. You know, zero out the capital outlay. They had the request for $46,000 last year. That goes away. No changes at Sugar Hill. Again, a capital outlay adjustment there for I guess that's the only. I guess that's the only Argo change, which results in a net $36,000 reduction in that budget. No changes at Talco. No changes at Cookville. No changes at Nortex. Any comments on funding for fire departments?
I have more questions.
Yes, ma'am.
I have the list from, I got from Jerry Carter a few months, well, a year ago, and then Brad, you might send it to me. The list of the rotating cabin chassis replacements, and in 2022, that $36,000 is supposed to go to Cookville. Now, they've not requested it on here, what they turned in, but that is where the next one that's on this list. So we're going to.
Has that changed for any reason? Has any deals been made that's changed?
In fact,
that
they're
up?
using one of 5-star's trucks now.
Lois called me 2 or 3 months ago and asked me if this was their year for another truck, and I told them yes, and that I was almost sure it was, so.
That's true.
That's probably what it was.
I have the list back to 2014 and all the way through 2027. It's the one that the county's used for quite some time, so I was just going to.
And that's the way we typically do that. So whether they knew that they needed to do that or not, I'd put that in there.
What was it, 36?
36,000.
36.
With a year waiting for that.
Yeah.
With a year waiting on it to get here.
Yeah.
And 36 may not touch it the way prices have gone up.
Well, what would you think?
I don't know. These new vehicles, if you can even get one, have gone up tremendously.
We do 40,000?
It probably wouldn't hurt just to
Cover it.
because it's.
Why don't you do that, Barbara?
That way they won't have to come back and ask for more money.
Okay. All right. John Coburn is due. Let's see if I can get him up here. Luann, Mr. Coburn's not due up here till 10 o'clock. You want to take advantage of being here?
Get it.
All right.
Thanks, Sarah.
I'm trying to
find it. Okay. Yes, on that. 43.
Bye, Ronald. Thanks.
Thank y'all. Thank you, man. 43. Halfway through the book.
Ladies, who's going to be the spokeswoman?
Well, we both are, I guess.
Spokesperson,
So,
whatever's right.
Both of us.
Okay.
We were just, our proposal is to keep our budget the same for both the meeting room and for extension office.
Yep, that's what I see. You finally got all your audio visual equipment working, and it's complete, and it's working properly, and
It's a great asset to that big room.
yeah, I agree.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. It's a lot.
Are you back utilizing the building as
Oh, yes.
pre-COVID?
Yes, we're back up and running. So,
Are the activities returning that were once disallowed, even the older generations comfortable
Yes.
coming back?
yes. I mean, we're up and running. We're still taking safety precaution. We're still leaving the hand sanitizer out, but we're up and running.
It's busy around there.
We're
Oh,
open.
yeah.
We're ready to go.
You get run over up there.
Go get you some
Going in
logs.
now.
Just don't get put in the trailer with it.
Yeah, it's busy. And there's always cookies or something there, so I like
So,
that.
hey,
Yeah, we've got snacks.
Y'all like to eat, so I like that. Y'all can tell.
You know, as I was looking at this, I don't see anything that appears to have been over budgeted that we ought to ratchet back. It looks like our numbers have proven to be fairly consistent.
I think we did well staying within our budget, and then, of course, I guess Monday, when I was out for the month of March, we had some transfer, because we needed money in our seminars this time, but
Looking at that decision, is that you don't need to make
that doesn't affect.
any adjustments in
No,
this budget?
so,
All right. Commissioners, I don't have any questions for Lou. Do you all have any questions?
Are y'all gonna be able to go to all the main shows this year that's coming up fall?
We've got kids that have bought tags for sheep and goats.
Well, that's good.
And pigs for state fairs, so I'm really excited. Despite COVID, we had a pretty good year for our livestock team, so I'm
That's really good. I've seen a lot of activities and just in small shows they go to and instead of the big ones, which is make the kids good. It's good for the kids.
We've had
I appreciate what y'all do.
this year despite COVID, so.
Well, like I said, I appreciate what you do with the young kids, and I got a granddaughter, she's just starting, but I'll tell you, it's a good asset to get them off them phones.
How many kids do you have active?
We have 40 right now, and we're hoping to grow this next year. So.
That's a lot.
That's way more than what we've had in the past few years.
Double, triple.
Actually, Titus County we were recognized as as far as our district of improving on our enrollment during the COVID time. So it was recognized.
Good deal.
So we were the number one. So we were excited.
Good.
Because a lot of clubs declined during COVID. So we were excited.
Anything else?
Good. No, sure don't.
Even the big kids are busy up there, all those master gardeners.
Yes.
I'm gonna get in that someday. It's fun.
Yeah, they'll put you to work.
Yep.
Don't make me mad.
All right, good job, y'all.
Thank you, ladies.
Appreciate y'all.
Thank y'all.
Pam, do you want to jump in?
Should be there close.
as you're probably all aware, elections office had a lot of challenges this past year.
Tell us about them.
Well,
Other than the ones we obviously know about, anything we don't know about?
there was some new legislation that came down, of course, all about COVID, and then since the election, there's been a lot of talk about a whole bunch of over-the-top legislation about security, and we're just waiting to see what all comes of that. And our security assessment, we did sign up for a security assessment back in 2019, and we progressed on it quite a bit during 2020, and I'm in security mode right now, so that's coming along. You'll see a lot more of that in the near future, because we have to get a security plan, an operations plan, a risk management, and so we're getting that together. So that's coming down the pipe. Be prepared, because it's kind of big. The elections office has also been really, I would say, blessed with the opportunity to get money this past year from the HAVA Security Grant and the HAVA CARES Act grant. And the CARES Act had specifically to do with items relating to COVID, and we did have some expenditures with that, and we were able to stay well within our budget on that. I would like to just say that I feel like the November 3rd election of 2020 was a big success in Titus County. And in all transparency, we're ready for an audit anytime. So,
What are some of the major accomplishments you saw in order to achieve that, what I also consider to be a good election? And tell us about what some of the problems that we were plagued with when you came into office, and what's the status of those like right now, like the currentness of your roles, the accuracy of your addresses, of your division lines, getting people in the right precincts, et cetera?
Well, it's an ongoing process. Sometimes we're not aware of it until someone in that particular part of the county comes up and says, but I don't vote for that, but I'm supposed to vote for that. So that's happened some, but every time we get right on it right then, because if not, it's too easy just to be able to sweep it under the rug, and then they come back the next time, the next election, and say, well, that never did get fixed. So we fix it right then. And not only that, but we research the whole area to make sure that the area is complete and accurate. So we've done a whole lot of that. And I would like to say that in collaboration with the auditor's office, so much of our finances are being posted correctly, and laws that I don't think were ever scrutinized before and applied to our finances are now being followed. So all it takes is for me to give Barbara a little email and a little reference to a certain law, and we get it set up and get going just the way it's supposed to be. And as far as I can tell, it hasn't, I don't know if it has ever been that way, but it hadn't been that way in a while. So we're getting it straightened out. We're getting it straightened out. And I would like to say that as far as technology goes, our office is up and coming. We've got the new scanning software, which is something I'm going to need to address here in just a minute, so that we can compare signatures. Like I said, elections is under a microscope right now in this atmosphere of political insecurity. So we were able to verify signatures in a much more efficient way. And whereas before you might not even have been able to verify a signature. So that is something that I'm very proud of our office in that we've accomplished that. And we're getting the, we had presented to the Commissioners Court not very long ago the possibility of buying the software and the equipment to print our own ballots in-house, because an incident had happened and we needed to just take that step for the security of our elections. And so that's something else that's, we haven't exactly got that completed and up and going yet, but we're working towards that end at this time. Election law seminar is coming up this year in August, the first week of August, and that is something that I didn't get to utilize last year because of COVID. They didn't hold it. It is in Austin, but they did present it over a webinar, a several-day webinar, and that was beneficial, so I'm really glad they went ahead with that, at least. And so I always learn a little bit more about election law, what's new, what I never knew, and so I would not want to miss attending that.
Just you or Debbie go to that?
This year, I think it's just me, because we don't really like to have the office completely closed,
Yeah.
since it's just Debbie and I.
All right, talk to us about your computer and software.
Well, okay, that is the only thing on my budget that really has a different change. Last year's budget for that was $15,000, and I'm asking to change that to $20,000. But in review of my numbers, just yesterday I came across in the contract with our vendor from Hart InterCivic, which is our vendor for the actual voting machines. Their software, they have a built-in annual increase of 4%. And so this year we got a little close to the line on that software maintenance. So I had to move just a little bit of money to get everything covered. And of course, the year's not over yet. I don't expect any more invoices for software maintenance the remainder of this year, but I am actually going to ask for you to increase that to $22,000, and that is
Software maintenance?
Software maintenance.
Where does your scanning software fit into this? In that line?
In that line.
Okay. Is that a purchase of new software?
It's the annual fee. The purchase was covered under the grant.
So we've already done that, didn't we? We approved it to do it. We haven't done it yet, got that printer?
No, this is the, we already paid
maintenance.
for the purchase of the software. This is the annual renewal fee.
Yeah.
And does that stay steady, that fee?
That does not have an annual increase built into it, no.
Okay.
That one does not.
But they're going to continue to charge us each year for the maintenance of that software?
Yes.
So we're not purchasing any new software?
No, this is our annual renewal fees only.
You bought a printer too for those ballots?
We did?
Yeah, so that's already done. And that was out of those funds from COVID or something?
Yes, that was
Yeah.
out of the security grant.
Okay,
funds.
I understand.
But it also comes along with an annual renewal
Yeah,
fee. And
yeah, maintenance.
We talked about that whenever I presented that to the Commissioners Court, so. And everything else is pretty much the same. I've actually decreased on a couple of things. Oh, the election workers' salary, I thought maybe we needed to up that just a little bit because we did give them a bit of a raise from $10 to $12 an hour. So $37,000 to $40,000 this coming year.
And we'll use that much in the budget period?
as you can see, we didn't really meet quite all of it this past year, but we weren't paying the $12 this past year. I don't know that we'll use it all, no.
We're just looking at the way elections will fall from from October 1 of 21 to 22.
Right, we will have an amendment election in November of 21. We'll have a general election in May, and then we won't have another general election until November of 2020, which is when...
22.
20, excuse me, yes, thank you, 22, which is when a lot of our county officials will be up for re-election. And that's the gubernatorial.
Some of that won't fall in that period. It'll be off by a little bit, but maybe by then you still may be spending that much. So again, just considering the timing of the elections and the fall, how the budget falls, keep it at 40.
Well, and another thing, why it was kind of expensive to run that election November 3rd, because we had 3 weeks of early voting. So, and the county
And that won't be maintained, I assume.
I'm assuming not. No, we didn't have it in the May general election, so things were pretty much back to normal. That was the 3 weeks of early voting was due strictly to COVID. But you never know. I mean, like I say, there's a lot of legislation going around out there. A lot of things that, I mean, they've even proposed that we have 24/7 security personnel. I mean, live body, not just cameras, to oversee our early voting ballots from the end of early voting to when we canvass the election, which could be up to a 2-week period. And so we're getting some cameras, and I have it in the works right now to already get some new cameras in place and using some of those security funds to do that, to possibly satisfy some of that. But to me, having a person sit with the ballot boxes for 2 weeks is a little over the top. But
Maybe here.
yeah, maybe here, you're right.
We'll keep all them UPS trucks out of here.
I'm sorry?
We'll keep all those UPS trucks out of here.
Yeah.
Okay, looks reasonable to me. Commissioners, anything else for Pam? Thank you.
Good. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for what you do.
We'll bump that software up from 20 to 22 then.
Okay.
John Mark. Shane, John Mark gonna be here as far as you know?
As far as I know, I haven't talked to him.
There he is.
There he is.
That was Daniel Crooks a long ago. He's good with all their stuff.
Tell him you're gonna take away his secretary.
But I need you. He said, oh, man.
Hey, John, how you doing, sir? You doing all right today?
I'm well.
That's good. Kind of set at ease now?
Sir?
Kind of set at ease now, kind of eased off in the Middle East?
Yeah, it is nice, but,
Well,
who knows, we'll see.
get a little pressure off of you anyway. I'm glad it is.
Let me make a quick call to Steve Ahan, see if he could come in earlier.
Hey, how are you? All right, absolutely. Yeah, that's, you got a new,
Hey, we're gonna
new
pick up
person.
quite a bit of
in,
time.
probably trying to figure out.
Early, I don't know if you're able to or not, but we could. If you could maybe get over here, maybe we can slip you all in probably at, easily at 10:15 or 10:30, anywhere in there. We could honestly do the same thing. That would really wrap it. They could come in right behind you. You're the yeah, you're the only one I've called. Chris, yeah, Chris is scheduled at 11 or 8, 10 on top. Yeah, any between you and Irma, Chris and Ray, we could easily start you all first one at 10, 20. Yeah. Thank you. Bye-bye. John Mark, kind of give us an overview for the new guys as to what some of these terms are, because they're not going to understand what this pretrial money is and how it relates to probation.
Oh, okay, sure. There's a couple of different line items. We have them separated into two different pretrial intervention programs, okay? Let me start with the easier one. What will happen is a person with a CDL license, and I guess all of y'all have one, right? Everybody has a CDL license. Okay, well, you probably know this. So if you get a traffic ticket in your personal vehicle, or run a stop sign or something in your personal vehicle, then that affects your CDL points and such. And it is extremely costly for these truck drivers. And a lot of times we'll have situations where the company will tell them, we'll tell them to take a load or whatever, it's a little heavy or something along those lines, and it's no fault of their own, they're just employees. It's the company's fault, but, the employee has to deal with it. So in those situations, what happens is justice of the peace can't defer it. For whatever reason, the legislature doesn't give them that discretion. So it's extremely costly for these men and women. So what we did a while back, several years ago, is because they would appeal the cases to Judge Lee. And so what I decided to do was set up a pretrial intervention program where they basically pay a lot more money than the ticket. It's about $500. It's not cheap, but they're more than willing to pay that. And they'll pay $500, and then that $500 will go into the pretrial fund. And then that fund is used to pay salaries and expenses out of my office, and also the probation's office. So we can use that, and it's y'all's money as far as how you want it out. How it can only be used for our offices, but y'all are in control of it. So that's that fund. Then when I first got the job 13 years ago, there was a pretrial program already in place, but it was narrowly used, and I expanded that because my thought on it was, the previous county attorney said, well, if there's 21 years old, there's no reason to ruin their life. We'll give them a pretrial program. And I'm like, well, what about the 40-year-old that's never been in trouble in their life? It seems like they deserve a second chance too, kind of thing. I mean, they've made it all those years without ever being in trouble. So I looked at it as, I don't want to just give it to the younger person. I want to give it to anybody that qualifies. And basically, there's a contract that a person has to apply for the program. I have to approve it. Judge Lee has to approve it. It has a letter of recommendation. The attorney has to interview the person and has to, give their recommendation. Probation also has to say in it. And assuming the person doesn't have some, they can't have a felony conviction. They can't have any kind of serious misdemeanor like a family violence or a DWI conviction or anything like that. And if they do have a conviction, it has to be, can't be recent. But as far as misdemeanor goes, if they qualify, and they can apply for a program, pretrial program. It's a year-long probation. It's a $500 fee. They pay probation $60 a month to manage it. They take classes. They do all the things that they would do on probation. And if they successfully complete it, at the end, the case is actually dismissed. So that's the advantage to somebody that's not been in a lot of trouble, and then, gives them a second chance. And so it's been a successful program. We've been doing this for years, and rarely do we ever have anybody not complete it. And rarely do we ever have anybody come back in here. So it is, every once in a while we will, but the vast majority of them, I would say it's probably 90% of the cases are successful. So
It's not a revenue generation tool. We don't use it as that, but it's decided on a case-by-case basis, and not everyone that would like to do it is even eligible for it.
Right.
Not everyone is granted the opportunity to do it. And that $500 stays 100% in the county, as opposed to other fines and fees that might be shared with Austin. But
yeah, that's one of the nice things about it is the money all stays local, and it stays in my office. And it goes towards, it pretty much pays my investigator's salary. So the county taxpayer doesn't pay, I think it pretty much covers most of his salary. Anyway, and he does a lot of work on those cases, and that's how we justify that going towards his salaries, because he does a lot of that work on those cases. So anyway, that's kind of where it goes. It's a good program. It definitely lowers my overall budget considerably. It helps the probation office out. They have extra funds to buy computers and things that they need, and it just saves the taxpayers some money as well. So, and it helps people who deserve second chances.
before we get into that, you've made no indication of any changes on your budget?
No, sir. Everything's good on my end. I don't need.
Right now, your staff consists of 2 females and Paul there. Your current staffing levels adequate for anything you anticipate in this coming year?
Yes, sir.
Any, have you and Shane discussed making any changes to the way you've been sharing those monies?
No, I think everything's running pretty efficiently right now.
You buy computers and stuff with it?
Yeah, just computers.
Of course, you're coming off of a really peculiar year. Do you anticipate anything happening in this coming year when you get back to more normalcy?
I think we're fine right now. Of course, you know, we're not completely funded by this. We're funded 30% by the state, and then we collect 70% from probation fees. So this is kind of a deal where we can purchase equipment, office equipment, computers, stuff like that, basically. I am applying for more funding through the state for the pretrial program, because essentially we're not funded for pretrial intervention or diversion cases through the state, but I am applying for funding to help us on that part of it, so we can collect a supervision fee and do get funding for each individual case.
Feel like the split is fair based on the load that the pretrial program puts on you?
I believe so.
Okay. I do too. And those fees obviously are down somewhat this year in comparison to 19 and 20 with COVID and not having court for so long, but we've seen a good strong uptick since we started court back.
Yeah, I believe I looked at the numbers. Since September 1st, we've collected over $150,000 for the courts as far as fines and court costs, and I think a little over 10,000 of that was for pretrial intervention.
Okay.
I anticipate this year things will start quickly getting back to pre-COVID. As far as the courts go, the jail's now fully operational again. And, law enforcement is definitely making more arrests. So.
Well, I don't know what to ask you when there's no changes in here. As long as you guys feel like that'll cover you and the split between the two of you is appropriate, I don't have any comments or questions here.
The only thing that I don't have addressed in there, because I don't really know for sure, is my investigator may retire this budget year. I mean that's possible. He's talked about that. And obviously, if that happens, how that can be getting somebody new, and all of that transition can be kind of a difficult situation as far as from a budget standpoint. And I just thought if he retires this budget year, I'll bring it to your attention at that time, because he's getting to where it's about that time. He's done a good job. I don't want him to. I try to talk him out of it every day. He's out of good stuff. But if he's ready, I fully support it. So.
That's all you can do.
Questions? Thanks,
Good.
guys. I don't have anything else. These guys don't.
Hey, John, Mark, appreciate you working on it.
Appreciate y'all.
Hey, John, appreciate you working on that sugar deal.
Yeah, no problem. I think everything's going to go, we got a good plan.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it.
Did he send you John Mark? Did he send you his synopsis of what happened night before last at their meeting?
He's supposed to
Come by there.
Well, I mean, it was just a real short statement. Basically, they rescinded.
Oh, yeah, I'm glad. I was doing it Sunday night, Monday.
That ought to be completed here within the next 3 weeks.
Then do it again Monday morning.
And it's the length for things.
4 weeks. Like I said,
If they call me, I'm
that's it. Lucky they didn't break her nail. I was about 6 foot above the ground. I fell 6 foot down. But I was just trying to get time. Kind words.
You been
I was changing LED bulbs. That hurts you. That scared me, man. It still hurts you. I appreciate it.
Who would like to go first? Ladies first?
Come on, Ray. No, he said ladies first, and then we'll take them, Ray.
I would take that, Ray.
Where do you want me at?
Right.
You just sit down there, take it easy.
There.
I'll get ready to straighten you out. I'll get ready to straighten you out.
She tries.
All right, you want to start there with your letter?
Yes. There was only a couple of things that I asked for in the budget this year that was above the usual, and that was the mental health pay and then also just regular salary. The first thing here, I sent a letter in about the mental health. You want me to just kind of read it and explain?
Sure.
Okay. And I just put in here that just explaining what my job is as a mental health officer. One of the things is being called out directly through my office and from other Titus County law enforcement agencies to deal with individuals with mental health and or drug issues. These calls come at any time of the day or night, so I'm called on 24/7. And Mount Pleasant seems to be the place other counties drop off their people with mental health issues, and because most of those counties refuse to come back and do the transport for the citizens, I end up having to do it. We've got a couple of counties, I think Franklin County and I think it's Morris County, that are pretty good about coming and doing theirs, but the rest of them just say if they're in your town, they're your responsibility. So we end up doing a lot of other county transports. I go out and evaluate individuals to decide if emergency detention warrants need to be issued. Transporting individuals to the Titus County Hospital for further evaluation. I do the initial evaluation when I go out to determine if they need the emergency detention warrant, and if so, I get with the judge, they issue the warrant, and then I transport that person to the hospital for evaluation there from MHMR. During the transporting, I just put in here some of the things that I have to deal with, physically fighting with detainees. I've been spit on, I've been urinated on, literally, not just at, but actually on. By detainees. I've also been exposed numerous times to detainees that have tested positive for COVID. And then I do the transports. The different locations are Greenville, Terrell, Dallas, Atlanta, Gatesville, Tyler, Longview, Sherman, Denison, and other places that I may have not remembered to put on there. But and then the numbers that I put out here, they're not 100% accurate, because there was times when I was keeping up with just the order of protective custodies that I transport, not really for all the going out, the transporting people to the hospital from their homes in the county. So those numbers aren't 100% accurate, but they've gone up over the years. And then this past year, obviously they went down some because of COVID, because the hospitals weren't taking them a lot. But the numbers are, now that COVID, they've been released to start taking patients again. The numbers are starting to go back up again. And this is the first time in 6.5 years that not the first time I've asked, because I think I asked a couple of years ago, but I've never received any kind of pay increase in the mental health part. So that's why I was asking for that. The other part is just salary. We hadn't had a salary increase in a couple of years. So that was the reason for the ask on that. I think there was one other thing I think I asked for in meals, which is for me or people that go with me on transports, or my deputy that goes, or anybody that has to ride with her on transport. I think the numbers have kind of gone up. I think we have I usually have a $150 allowance, and I've asked for $250. I've had times when it's been less, and I've had times when it's been quite a bit more. Just depends on how many transports we're doing. So if there's more in there and I don't use it, then obviously it just goes back. But just in case it is needed, it would be in there. And that's really about it.
Don't you think we'll have more transports this upcoming year now that COVID's behind us?
It's already started.
We were pretty dramatically behind, I thought. I don't know where these folks were going or how we were dealing with them, but...
Well, I was still going out on a lot of them, but a lot of them and they needed to go, but the hospitals just weren't taking them. So it's having a hard time getting beds for them. They'll set up the hospital here for as much as 10 days waiting on a bed to open up at one of these facilities, but sometimes they don't, just especially because of the COVID, and so they just ended up turning them out, and then the next day or the next week I'm back out on the same ones again, and it's just a cycle. But yeah, they're starting to rise again now that the hospitals are taking them again. I get a lot of transports, and I really kind of need some advice on this, because my understanding when I started doing this mental health stuff, and I'm pretty sure that's the way Clevie Johnson was doing it before, was we just transport to state facilities, which is like Terrell, some of the places where people don't have insurance go. But I get a lot of calls to take them to private hospitals, Greenville, Sherman, Dallas, a lot of different places. I've been taking them on most of the time because the hospital will give me the story that the patient's being violent or something like that, and they can't go by ambulance. So if they can't go by ambulance, I don't know how else they're going to go, and so I just do it a lot of times. And I don't really know if the county wants me to do that, because it's just more money out of our gas and time and food and everything else. So, I don't mind doing it, but
Are you always taking a county vehicle when you have to do those?
I didn't at first. I didn't when I first started. I took my personal vehicle until it just got to be such a possible danger with carrying people in a vehicle without any kind of security in there. So I take the patrol car. That's why it takes county gas.
That's why there's no mileage reimbursement for you.
No mileage reimbursement for that. Just the only thing it's paid for on that is just when I have to stop and eat, when I'm on the road, that's it. Or if the detainee needs food or drink or anything like that, I have to provide them with something.
And the gas and oil related to that is in your main budget as opposed to your protective custody budget.
Right. Yeah, it all comes out of just my gas and oil budget. And it seems to work out okay. I don't think I've gone over on gas and oil, even with doing the transports on top of that, so I'm good there, I think.
Okay. The only changes I see then is your request for consideration of an increase in your mental health capacity.
Yes, sir.
All right.
And I'll be honest, that number, there was no way to research and come up with an accurate number. That's just something that I thought was fair.
All right, Commissioners, any question about Jeff? You understand he's got an additional layer that Ray has, that Chris has as our mental health officer, and so therefore he's got a separate pay related to that on top of his regular constable pay, because he's the one responsible for picking up mental health patients, getting them to the emergency room, and then potentially from the emergency room on to another facility like Terrell or one of the private hospitals, mostly in Greenville.
And I have a lot of them that I go out on that don't even get transported. I mean, I get there and it's not really anything that I feel like meets the criteria for an emergency detention warrant, and so nothing happens, but I still go out, you know.
And that's just generated from a call that a family member might put in, or,
Right.
or a relative or a
And
neighbor.
other agencies, you know, sometimes they don't want to go out on them. They just, they say, call the constable, that's his job. So it's not really, but that's the way they do it. So I go because there's nobody else to go.
Okay. All right, any questions for Ray?
I've seen it firsthand, that, you know, what he puts up with, and it's I wouldn't want to put up with it, because like I said, it's a bad situation. Appreciate what you do, Ray.
Thank you.
Appreciate you, Ray.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. All right. Staying along the constable vein, Chris, you want to go? Yeah, just so we can hear you for those that want to listen on the video later.
I think all of mine is about the same. I think I introduced my education thing a tad bit. That covers the reserve officers, continuing ed. A lot of we are able to get online or locally, so hasn't been. Well, last year wasn't anything because of COVID. They didn't come out much. Everything else is pretty much the same.
What was the first one you were saying? I thought you were going to reference this to an increase. No? I thought you were saying something about travel and seminars.
Decrease.
No, I decreased it.
Decreased it.
Tad.
Okay. I don't see any changes other than an increase in salary request. Anything else, Chris? Okay.
That's it. I'm easy.
Thank you.
All right, sounds good. Thank you, sir.
You'll pass Irma the mic. Sure, thanks for coming in.
Okay, all I requested was for a 5% increase.
Hold on, let us
I'm
get to our page here,
You went to my page already.
because we're bouncing around a little bit.
I see you, like, okay, she's got it.
Why am I having such a hard time? Page, because it's not in numerical
Ask
order.
Ray about 6 pages. It's showing page 12.
It's after elections administration. It's after elections
Yeah, right
administration.
after Pam.
Okay, thank you, Irma, go ahead.
Okay, I put everything almost about the same. The only thing that I asked was for increase. Whenever we have, or I have my first budget meeting, you know, as a JP, I request for an increase on the salary for the girls that work in the office. To me, it was denied. And at the same time, Josh Agan requested for one, and they granted it because he have a part-time, money for a part-time person, and he was able to get them a raise. Now, at this time, the cost of living has increased, you know, a lot, and I would like for them to have a raise on their salary.
What kind of percentage have you got?
I asked a 5%. I know guys don't go much to the grocery store, but in the last, from the beginning of the year to now, you go to the grocery store. 6 months ago you was going, $80 will cover a lot of groceries. Now you go and buy the exact same grocery and you spend about $150. So it's getting tough.
Your travel and seminars, you're keeping it awfully high in relation to the last couple of years' needs.
I did not change that one. We didn't do any travel last year. You know, seminars are getting back to normal. I'm trying to get the most I can online, and the same for the girls, and that way we can avoid having to do that travel. But some of them we have to go in person. I didn't make any changes on that one.
Okay.
Now, if we don't do any, maybe I will do the same thing as Constable Duran. Probably I will decrease it because maybe everything is going to go virtual now, and it'll be less the amount of money that we're going to have to pay. Personally, I hate traveling for school.
Well, do you anticipate coming anywhere close to that figure this year?
I'm sorry?
Do you anticipate coming anywhere close to that $3,500 this year?
I don't think so.
Would it be a mistake to reduce it?
Well, that is including the three of us, so I don't know, we can reduce it to $2,000 and see what difference does it make between now and next year.
I mean, it's not a big change to the budget, I know, and I don't want to get it to where you're having to come back and ask for more money in the coming year.
So well, let's just keep it like that for this year. Like I said, if we don't make any travel, you know, next year, actually we can do everything virtual, then we can just cut it in half. And that way I will not have, just like you said, have to come back and ask for extra money.
Okay. All right, anything else?
No, sir, that's all I have.
Will moving back in, and this is just something I forgot to write this question down, moving back into the new building here, we certainly hope before the budget year is out. Is that going to generate any additional expenses that we should consider here?
For the building?
Well, I don't know. I mean, usually when you move, you find, well, I've got things are different now and in different places. I've got new file cabinets. I've got to have new office supplies, or I've got to have new tile cleaning equipment or whatever. Don't expect anything significant there as a result of being gone and having to move back.
The only thing is going to be the expense just to moving us back to the building, but I believe that should be...
Which we'll assume will be...
That should be covered for the insurance. Mm-hmm. We're ready to go back.
Okay.
It has been really hard.
All righty. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Okay, Steve's over there about 6 pages beyond where you just were. Steve, go ahead.
Okay. There's, as far as increases that we're requesting at this time that I foresee is right now our dues and bonds, they're beyond $100 now, and I'd like to have it increased to a maximum of $300 at this time, or for next year. I'm paying mine out of my pocket, so don't go over budget. So
Don't do that.
Increase that to $200, or increase from $100 to $300. Asking that the clerks get a 5% increase. It'd be nice if we got a 5% increase as well as JP. If my math is correct, on just these increases that I'm requesting, that would be just a budget increase of a total of $5,842 and some odd cents. That's not including FICA, Medicare, retirement, stuff like that. But who knows what it's going to be like next year. So from an increase of 184,276, be increasing to 189,918. Just $5,842 increase. As far as travel, as you was asking her, I don't foresee at this time any increase. I think, from what I understand, my training that I'm required to have this year, I've done it all online, have not had to go to any seminars or anything like that. Next year, I think it's going to be a volunteer thing. You can do it either online or show up. Of course, mine right now is continuing education, not what it was the first year that I was, the first 2 years that I was here because of being a new judge. You know, we had to go and get those hours in person.
Well, you want to reduce that any?
I'm sorry?
You want to reduce that any?
If we can leave it at the same, you know, that's unforeseen right now. You know, if I think in the past, I don't have the old list. I don't think we ever went over that budget for the seminars in the previous years.
I mean, we had a big $5,330 back in 2019.
How much?
Well, actual was $5,300 back in 2019.
That was due to not only myself, it was also Judge McNutt
all the new employees. Did we use that for that temporary training period there while we were kind of overlapping?
Yes.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Anything else?
No.
Good what?
Good.
Thank y'all.
Yes, sir.
Y'all doing okay downstairs?
I'm sorry?
Y'all doing okay downstairs?
We're doing fine. We are ready to get back in. It's a big thing. It's an inconvenience for the public, you know, and you know, that, you know, yeah, it's cramped, but we're stacked. And I do want, you know, appreciate everything the court's done for us, and I think everything the commissioners have done for us during that. You know, I want to publicly make that statement for helping getting the building evacuated as quick as we did. The work that my folks put into it, or the time off and stuff like that, just to get us up and running that week and helping get this everything moved. I just want to thank y'all for all that.
Well, it's sad that here we are 4 months later, we've yet to do one single addition or repair.
And don't tell what the market's going to be as far as supplies and stuff when we do.
Well, fortunately, that's not a real heavy intensive on the supply side. It'll be more manpower. Yeah, we've got some sheetrock and paint and stuff, but nothing that I foresee being a holdup. I just hope we get a good quality contractor and a fair bid, and that Brett agrees with us on the
I look forward to working with
repair. Okay, thank you, Steve.
Thank you, Steve.
Okay, Fitz, you want to tell us about your communication with Sergeant Crooks, who is not going to be in attendance, or Sergeant Ronan?
So they called and said everything will stay the same, and so they're good with what's going on. They don't see anything having any problems this year, so they're happy with everything. Or just leave it as is.
Are their offices back fully open and functional at this point? Anybody know? I don't even know.
I think it's appointment only. I don't know. Appointment only still, I think. Pretty sure.
What's the thought there?
I don't know.
I don't know. Way station's working pretty normal.
Okay.
And now, they don't know if they're gonna do that, what is that, 24-hour ticket weekend? We're not sure if they're gonna do that. They're not sure when they're gonna do it. They would have already.
Why would they not do
They're
it?
running behind for some reason, so they just haven't heard. 72 hours, you know.
Already had that thing, but they have a,
They did it one day, and
They
so
got a big
this year,
shortage.
they're not sure.
they got a shortage in staff too because,
Well, they're sending so many of them to the border.
we had, there's a wreck at Argo, and they had to send somebody out of Red River County to come to work the wreck, but they couldn't get there. Out of Mountain.
So quite a few of our guys are having to go to the border?
Everybody's having to. 2-week period.
I didn't know that.
I talked to one, we had a tree down, the car run up in under it, guess it was Memorial Day weekend. And I talked to Elvia then, and she said that she had just gotten back, and she said, I'm having to cover the area here. She said, I had a wreck last night at 9:30, and at midnight, she finally got to go home, and then this one come in at 5:30 that morning. And she said, I'm not getting a whole lot of rest. And I said,
That wreck at Argo, it happened around 7 o'clock, and I think the highway patrol finally got there about 9.
Yeah.
And it was just, they already transported the lady, but they had to secure the area until they got there. But I know it's a tough deal for them.
Okay, why don't we take a 5-minute break, restroom break, and let's come back and discuss some general county items. You know, obviously the recurring theme here is raises. We need to talk about what your thoughts are there and be prepared for additional work by Barbara should you decide to do some, none, all of that. Let's take a quick break. Let's be back here in about 7 minutes. Okay, y'all ready to call back to order?
2019.
Typically, you know, here we've got, I guess everybody's got available till noon here. You back on the recording?
Yes, sir.
I guess everybody's got a copy of what Barbara had sent to us, some numbers that she cranked for potential salary or hourly wage increases. And again, not that she's pushing it or I'm pushing it, but I think you need to know, and it seems like it's always the common theme throughout, but you do need to know what salary increases would do to the overall budget. So these are estimates for consideration of possible salary increases. These do not, first line up there, which I didn't see there, now I see it, Barbara, you'd have to take these numbers and add an additional 21% to those to cover the cost of increased payroll taxes and increased contribution to retirement system. The retirement system increase this year, keeping the plan at the same, is going to cost us $90,000 this year. That's one of the steeper increases we've had in a while, isn't it?
It is.
You know, and I was a bit surprised at that, looking at the performance of the market, but nonetheless, sometimes that stuff lags behind. So you've already got, without any pay increases, just based on everything being the same, you've got about a $90,000 increase that's as a result of the contribution by the county to the retirement system, $90,000. The last countywide salary increase was October of 18. That was for a $600 elected official increase and $1,200 for full-time hourly employees, or basically $100 a month. And you say that was the last countywide. Has there been something since that time in the way of increases that we have?
There's been minimal increases. There are a few departments that had a part-time line item And those funds were reallocated within their staff. So there's a few things like that. My office, not me, but the ladies in my office were given a raise last year. But other than things like that,
Other than specific situations, we're coming up on 3 years without any changes.
That's right. The sheriff's department does have that step raise plan
Right.
in place. But there's not been anything else that's countywide.
Okay. Looking then at your percentage increases, just doing a flat percentage increase, if you did 3% for all elected and all hourly, cost is $167,000, add another $35,000 to that to cover your payroll and retirement. Then you can see the 4% and the 5%, $221,000 plus 20%, 5%, $277,000 plus another 20%. The problem I have with percentage increases, I think if you make a habit of that, as we've done in years past, back 10 plus years ago, we were doing these percentage increases, and the lower tiered, lower paid employees tended to always lag behind, and the higher paid employees and elected officials, got significant, or what I think was significant bump in that pay. I think a more appropriate way to keep things on a level playing field is going with a fixed amount of increase per person, so that somebody on the lower pay scale is getting the same amount of increase as somebody at the higher end of the scale. Option number 4, an increase of $600 for elected officials and $1,200 for hourly employees. That's what we did back in 2018. That impacts your total salary, $154,000 plus 20%. If you did $1,500 and $2,000, bumps you up to $267,000. So, which is along the lines of that 5% increase. Option 6 she gave you is going from $2,000 to $2,500. That yields $336,000. There you're getting into the 6 and 7% increase range. And then option 7 I asked her to do, that would just be a flat $100 per month per person, or $1,200 a year. Salary cost of $163,000. So you're more in line with that 3% across the board. For the lesser paid employees, you're talking about more than 3%, and for elected officials and such, you're talking about less than 3%. So, Jeff was asking me, are we going to make this decision today? You can make a decision and change your mind along the way. I think that it's important for the general public to have an idea of what you're thinking. I think it's real important for Barbara to know what you're thinking, so that as she's generating these numbers here for our budget for us to look at, and we've got to submit a proposed budget by not the end of July, mid-August.
August 15th is the new, and we'll do that on August 13th. Please keep in mind, it's going to take my office and my staff 10 days, 10 work days, once y'all make final decisions. And that's assuming we don't have any interruptions. So my preference is that you make a decision today or tomorrow. There's another meeting scheduled for June the 23rd, certainly by that time, because it takes a while to get all this information put together. It's not just the salaries. We've got the number here. That must be broken down by department, by individual. You have to add the FICA, the Medicare, the retirement. Those are all separate line items and require separate calculations.
Yeah, it's not just adding a $1,200 times the number of people.
Right.
There's a lot of detail work that goes into that. And we've made the mistake in the past of waiting literally down to the last minute of voting in the budget and voting in the tax rate, and we're still sitting there making changes. We don't need to do that. I'm assuming by now you've got a pretty good idea of what you're thinking there. I think that it's fair that we share amongst ourselves what you're thinking. I'll start and say I do think that it's time for an increase here, not a significant increase, but a reasonably fair increase, a minimal increase. And I would put the floor on that, in my opinion, at that $1,200 across the board, $1,200 per year or $100 per month, which would be consistent throughout all of the ranks, and again would result in a less than 3% at the high end and little better than 3% at the low end of these employees. Whether or not we're getting ready to lose employees at what we're paying, we've got STEP program in place at the sheriff's office, which automatically increases those various positions, whether we vote in a raise or not. If you vote in a raise there, those STEP positions based upon their tenure and their job, those will obviously go up. But as people at the jail and at the sheriff's office move into higher class positions, there is an automatic pay increase that comes there. So they're not locked into a position, and they have incentive to work up through the ranks. So but that's unique to the sheriff's office and to the jail. You don't have anything like that in any other departments. But again, that STEP program that the sheriff has in place, if you vote in raises, all of those STEP positions, will go up in tandem. And, I would like to make this decision here no later than, within the next week. Give you all the weekend to think about this. I think everybody always benefits from hearing what one another is thinking, but you need to be able to justify this in your own heart and be able to justify it, to somebody that asks you about this. Raises are always a sensitive subject, and we've got to be conservative with our dollars here, but at the same time, we've got to be fair to employees. I'm not aware of us being in a position where we're losing employees because of our pay scale. We still have tremendously good benefits, good retirement system, and that somewhat offsets the level of pay that we receive. I do think after 3 years, it's time for a reasonable increase. The question is, what do you feel like is a reasonable increase? And I do think that my personal commitment is that we find a way to keep the tax rate the same. We'll see a little bit of increase in the appraised values this year, which is, I don't know if you call that a positive or a negative. For those on fixed incomes that own property, that's a negative. For those that benefit from the appreciation of property, I guess they see that in the sale prices of homes and other things, but really what it does is just increases the amount that you can be taxed on, and you end up paying a larger tax bill if you're not buying and selling property. So, if anyone would like to chime in.
I kind of like the option 7 myself. I know it's been a while, and I've got 4 employees that have really been asking what we're going to do, and I told them, I said, I can't tell you what we're going to do yet, but I definitely think that option 7 would be the way I would lean.
Judge Lee?
Ma'am?
We're having a hard time hearing.
Okay.
It's really difficult.
Let's speak up. Get your mics closer or whatever. You want to repeat
Yeah,
that? Could you hear everything I said?
I could hear you.
Okay.
I couldn't hear you.
Just is that any better?
That's a little better.
Just pull your mic up a little, probably will help.
Turned up. I was saying that option 7 is the way that I'm leaning. I've got 4 guys that have been asking now for probably a month and a half, 2 months if we were going to get a raise this year. And I told them, I said, I can't tell you that yet, but I said, I'm hoping we can. So, but that option 7 is kind of the way I'm leaning.
You know, even at that, I don't think that accounts for really even the last year of cost of living increase. I don't think we can or should take an increase beyond that amount this year.
They did make the statement that well, the Sheriff's Department got COVID money. I said, yeah, I understand that. They said, and we worked the same as they did, and didn't get any compensation whatsoever for it. We were.
How are they equating that one to another? The amount of time and effort, or the risk of their job? Well,
just having to be out in the public, and of course our guys are not per se in the public as much as first responders and whatnot like that, and they understand that, but they also want it's something that they came to work every day. I didn't have one of them that missed a day, and it's something that I've told them time and time again that I appreciate them doing that.
Okay. You would support a $1,200 across the board, elected officials and hourlies?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Who's next?
Well, I'll tell you right now, I'm not taking a raise. So I took my office, and somebody had already voted a raise in, and I denied that, and I never took one. I knew what I was getting paid when I took the job. So one thing that gets under my skin is elected officials voting every year to give themselves a raise. Otherwise, they know every 4 years if they don't like what's getting paid, just go to the House. Don't sign up again. So I'm not taking a raise. I would discourage any elected official from taking a raise. I just don't believe in it. I'm not sure what I want to do with the employees right now. I want to wait and iron this budget out and give me another day or so. But I know costs go up, but as far as my employees, they get paid well. We have had some significant savings in what we're being out for insurance when we changed the insurance policy. So that helped us a lot last year. And I want to keep the tax rate down, if not lower it. So that's where I stand right now, and we'll go from there.
Thank you.
I feel comfortable with option 7 across the board, $1,200 for elected officials then. I said I feel comfortable with option 7, an increase for $1,200 across the board. I think it's time for a raise. Cost of living has gone up. Like I say, it's been since 2018 since anything has happened, but I'm leaning towards option 7.
Thank you.
Like I said, option 7 is good and everything, and but do we have any COVID money left over that, like 700,000 we had? We have any that left, or where does that money go to?
That money will roll into fund balance this year. So at September 30th, that increase will go to fund balance.
So could we use that for raises and stuff? Or
We can offset some costs with it.
Well, I hate to tie that money and say we're going to use that. Some of that will be used for some legitimate expenses.
Right.
It will go to fund balance, so you can justify it, rationalize it any way that you want. But I would caution you that once you make a raise decision, that raise stays with you. It's not a one-year purchase of a tractor.
Mm-hmm.
It raises the level, and that stays with you.
Right.
And that COVID money is not a recurring deal.
Right, I understand.
So don't correlate. Correlate the two.
Right. Okay.
Okay. You could live with option number 7, a $1,200. Anybody feel strongly about a percentage increase versus a fixed increase? Good. Do you all want to make a decision on this today? Are you prepared to do that? Do you want to think about it and talk to your constituents about this before you make a decision? Could you make a decision within the next week?
You want to talk to Tim about his step raises, see what he says tomorrow first. And then, will the step raise go into effect and change that whole chart, plus they're going to get $100 more a month? Yeah, so they get a double dip in the deal.
Well, understand what the step means. I mean, that's a change
Every
in...
so many years.
No, it's a change in position. In other words, that if somebody goes from one level to the next level,
Promotion.
there is a built-in, just like going from a cashier to a stocker or whatever it is, there's a built-in pay amount to keep those jobs fairly paid based on taking on additional responsibility. Now those figures don't change unless you invoke a salary change, in which case, yes, they would get the $100 a month for each of those positions. So somebody doesn't necessarily get a step raise. Well, it is if you get promoted.
Yeah, I understand. Okay, it's just the same.
I mean, you can't leave your step pay frozen when everybody else in the county is going up. It's got to go up too. Yes, ma'am.
How many full-time employees do we have in the department?
Were we 136, Barbara?
Our total is 144. That's full and part-time.
And part-time, okay.
You don't know the separation?
Not right off the top of my head, no. John, I can give you an example on that sheriff pay. For example, a deputy, you start out at an amount, and then after 1 year it steps up. But then after you move to year 2, there's not any increase until year 5. So you can see that all of them do not get raises every year.
Some of them are so many years, and then the others, like changing from a sergeant to a corporal or something.
Yes, now that changes when you move to a new position.
Yeah.
And then there's
So
about
it's
half
kind
the
of a-
staff over there that are at the top of the scale, and they don't get anything.
Maxed out.
But they're
Okay.
maxed out after 7 years. That's the longest one.
Yeah, and we certainly ought to listen to Sheriff talk tomorrow, but understand the basics of how that STEP program would work. Is there anybody that feels like by the end of tomorrow, looks like you could be comfortable making a decision one way or another?
I think so.
Yeah.
What, Elizabeth? Sure you can. Why don't you come up and get on a microphone? That way anybody else that's listening later on the YouTube.
And I have to say about the increase in the budget, and you mentioned about your employees griping because the sheriff's department got money, and then you're disrespecting law enforcement because they get step raises for promoting up. They lay their lives on the line for y'all. They are trained. You may not think they're trained, but they've been trained. And I think you need to respect that they deserve their increases.
Well, I didn't mean to say that they were griping. They just said,
Right.
yeah, and they understand that they're trained and they're putting their lives on the line every day.
Okay.
They understand that.
But those county employees, those road crews, can't hold a candle to some of these guys.
Oh, I understand.
And I'm going to stand up for them, okay? Because they're out there every day. There's a lot of stuff coming into this county. If y'all have not noticed a traffic increase in this county, in Mount Pleasant, you drive through at 3 or 4 o'clock, do you see how much traffic we have? The county's growing. So I just had to say something, but please do not disrespect our law enforcement.
Well, I don't mean any disrespect, and if anybody is going to get a raise this year, it's going to be that sheriff's department. So what I want to listen to Tim is how he wants to maybe step that pay up in the pay scale, because I've already talked to him about it. And then, so you may have read me wrong on that as far as sheriff's department.
Yes, because when you said...
They're the greatest, and we do everything for them, and I support Tim.
That's a down.
No, what I was getting at is I was thinking in my little pea brain that they're getting $100 a month raise, plus they're getting their step raises also, so they're kind of getting twice the raises everybody else would get. So it's something to take in consideration, which is not, which all that's false. It doesn't, that's irrelevant, because it doesn't happen that way, ma'am. So we'll leave it at that. So
All I can say is just, go through the training. Put yourself out there every day.
Yeah.
Do midnight shift.
We're proud of them, and they do a good job.
Yes, sir. Could you please quit interrupting me while I'm talking? Thank you. I appreciate this Commissioners Court for letting me stand up for law enforcement. I appreciate what y'all are doing. I would ask that y'all remember that you're stewards of the county's money, the taxpayers' money, and we're watching you. We watch how you spend money. If your name is plastered somewhere, do we wonder if you use the county's money for that? Just please remember, you are stewards of our money. Please make good decisions. Think about everybody. I appreciate y'all. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you.
Barbara, what other items would this be a good time to talk about?
Well, excuse me. I have a good-sized stack here. We'll go through those. Let's talk about health insurance. Health insurance is expected to increase 7.3%. Now, here's the reason why we are going to increase it 7.3%. Our insurance renews in January every year, so TAC does not yet have even 6-month total cost. Their overall cost is 7.3%. We left that at $1,000. So our $1,000 that we have in the budget will cover that cost. So we're not going to need an increase to the budget this year to cover that 7.3%. They tell me it's a possibility because our claims are low, that our increase will only be around 4%. So that being the case, still that $1,000 will cover it. So you won't see an increase in the budget for medical insurance, for health insurance, for what the county pays for employee coverage. That will not increase.
And so basically the switch to the fully funded insurance, we knew we were giving up some control there, but this increase is not a punishment increase, I call it, where we've had bad claims. I think we've had good claims this year. It's just that TAC is seeing, across the board cost increases. Every county judge I've talked to is getting that much, if not more, increase to their TAC health insurance.
That's correct. So that will bring the current rate, if it goes 7.3%, will be $993. So for fiscal year 2023, which is not the year we're looking at, but the next year, if that goes up, we'll have to entertain something at that time. For dental insurance, that is going up about 4%, but it cost us $22.38, so a 4% increase for our employees is still only $1,600 countywide. So that's not a sizable increase that will be split among all the departments. Let me see here. The life insurance that the county pays, that they have not given us a final increase. It's not increased in 3 to 4 years. At that time, it went up about 50 cents. So a 50-cent increase for all employees cost $900. So that will also, we're going to put that in the budget, and then when we have the official increase, we'll know. For TCDRS, the retirement, Judge Lee's already mentioned to you, $90,000 is that, and that will be across the board in each department. These are some of the things that we have to split out when I told you, I need you to make your decision on the raises if you're going to give those. The telephone costs are going to go up. You've already voted in the accrued employee leave benefits. If we have someone who leaves and it causes there not to be enough money within the budget, we budgeted a few months worth of that. We're going to have to add the rest of that to it. The remaining portion of that will be about $8,800. Now let me just look through here. Just for your information, our current budget for the volunteer fire departments has a line item that says capital outlay. That is generally for the purchase of the fire truck. They will continue to have the line item, but we're not going to call that capital outlay because those do not go to the county fixed assets. Those are in the name of those volunteer fire departments. And then it will go to capital outlay when it comes back to us as a donation, and then it goes into our records at that time. That was a request we had from our auditors last year.
Do you bump that budgeted amount for that new replacement truck to each particular department each year?
Yes, sir.
As opposed to having a general volunteer fire department account where
Right.
we could just have that in that same category each year?
It moves from department to department based on the list that I have.
Okay. Speaking of fire, you'll recall that last year in talking with the city agreed to delay the renewal of our fire contract for 2 years if we would agree to a nominal increase during those 2 years. They went up $50,000 last year. They would like to go up another $50,000 this year. The contract would be renegotiated prior to the October 2022 fiscal year. So I told him that I would ask if y'all are still agreeable to that this year. I told him I thought you would be, but made no guarantees.
I think it's all right with me.
Chief McRae, at least 2 of you were here, who functions as our emergency management coordinator. He had we took on his pay directly rather than paying the city to help with his salary structure there at the city, to pull that out of there so that it didn't get commingled. He was receiving, I think, $1,200. He had asked for an increase up to $1,800. We agreed and went to $1,500. So he is back asking for that same increase up to, I want to be sure it's $1,800 and not $2,000. I think it's $1,800 in his role of emergency management coordinator. Obviously, he took on a lot of additional work during COVID, but that's not the justification for this. His feelings is the job position has been behind, but also with the increased responsibility that he takes on as basically the focal point for the volunteer fire departments. And he does put in more work there, basically keeping his bosses informed and keeping us informed of volunteer fire department capabilities and how it affects the city of Mount Pleasant. I know that they're going to be hiring new firemen at the city this year, but I did not make any promises to Chief McRae. I didn't even comment on what I felt like, but would you all be willing to consider an increase there? I'll try to find his email and make sure I'm quoting the right figures for you. Okay, in 2012, it went to $1,300. In 2020, the pay began coming to me directly from the county. At that time, I asked for an increase to $1,800. However, it was only increased to $1,500. With the additional responsibilities placed on me and the agreement between the county and the volunteer departments, I'm asking you to consider increasing the monthly amount to the $1,800 that he had requested previously. I still think we get a tremendous value there with Chief McRae. I don't know how much longer he will be here, and I don't know that it will always be a fire chief in that capacity. It's a good additional role. It'll be tough to find somebody that's just an emergency management coordinator that would fulfill that position for the county at anything less than that. I think we can get away with that relatively small amount because he's already being paid by the city. I personally think that $1,800 is warranted. I thought that was fair last time. I think it's fair this time. And I think you could get a few years out of that. Go ahead, Barbara.
Okay.
Sue.
Yes, this is like touching the third rail when I'm going to deal with Social Security. However, I am worried about the retirement accounts. And I know a couple of years ago, we reduced that match from 1 to 2.5 down to 2, I believe. Mm-hmm. I'm concerned because I hear about counties all over Texas that are facing bankruptcy with retirement accounts. You don't have to do it this year, but I think an analysis of what we're looking at in terms of liability for the future would be beneficial for the county. To say let's reduce it to a match of 1-to-1 is pretty drastic, and I understand that. But at the same time, if the account goes bankrupt, that means there's nothing there. And I want to protect the employees that are already in that retirement account.
Where do you see the vulnerability? I'm not following you.
You're not following me?
Yeah, where do you see the vulnerability at the TCD?
As far as Titus County is going, I know Houston and Dallas have faced bankruptcies or are looking to get funding to replenish their retirement accounts and pension funds.
Okay.
I'm just saying that the counties around us, rural counties, have gone to a 1-to-1. I know that's drastic, and it's not like it's something I want to do. I just want to protect that account for retirees of our county.
Who do you know that's gone to 1-to-1?
I believe Smith County went 1-to-1 just several years ago.
I think maybe Red River did, just because that's simply all they can do.
I can check it out if you want me to and get the figures.
Okay.
There are several counties that have done that.
I haven't heard of any, but I'm not saying it didn't happen. I have not heard about that.
And I'm not being adversarial either here. I'm just looking for something to consider and look at the analysis for Titus County specifically.
Okay, thanks. Elizabeth? Why don't you hand a mic back there? Just, again, I can hear you all fine. If somebody's listening on that video, they're not going to hear it.
How about that? Can you still hear me? Yeah, just wonder, is there a separate account set up for the retirement account?
Is there a separate account?
Not separate account, separate bank account maybe.
Well, we make a contribution to the TCDRS, Texas Counties and District Retirement System. So they manage those funds. We don't manage those funds.
Y'all don't manage those. Okay.
Yeah, we make it's a percentage based on payroll that's calculated with a percentage number that they give us, and we send them that money, and they manage that money for us.
Okay.
Along with virtually every other county, and then the cities and other municipalities, they have their own similar organization.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Barbara, you want to move on?
Yes, sir. The contract we have with Norma Meeks, the court interpreter, was only a 4-month contract. She has told us that that may go up. I don't have any idea.
It's not a may, it's a definite, and it's hard to quantify that. And it will be basically adding their hourly rate will also be charged for their travel time. So you'll have, an additional 90 minutes worth of travel 2 ways or 3 hours, or say $100 per hour. You're talking about $300 is added on there.
Okay.
And so I have no idea if that relationship, if she'll be willing to continue that. We're kind of in it, but I think that the only smart thing we can do is assume that it will continue, or that we're going to have to hire somebody else, and we don't want to be caught short. So we need to aim high on the expected increase
I'll look
there.
at that and see if I can get an estimate of what
What do we have it at 50,000? What do we have it at 50,000?
I don't know if I,
Barbara, move that mic away from
this
you.
is too close to that one? Okay. I don't know if I have that right here, Brian.
That's okay. That's okay. It's around there. I would say probably a 25% increase to that, because if she doesn't continue with us, we'll be looking at having to deal with one of those other court interpreter services that were even higher.
Mm-hmm. Okay. For my office, I'm asking that you give them the same raises that you do for across the board for county. I've discussed that with the district judges, and they're in favor of that. The only other request that I have is I would like to add a $3,000 line item for a part-time assistant auditor salary. That does not go to any one individual. I'm concerned in my office because of the age of my ladies and the health concerns that their parents or husbands have. Should they be out and we have to get someone in there to help out, that would just give us time to make a plan in that event. If that doesn't happen, that money will just sit there and roll perpetually. I just need to be able to make some adjustments quickly if something were to happen.
Reasonable.
Yeah. We had a slight increase to our audit expense last year. I anticipate there could possibly be another one. Last year it was 4%. So I plan to put that in there with your permission so that we would be prepared in that event. So it doesn't have to come out of contingency at that time.
Yes.
We have, I got with KBRO and with Net Data, they sent me the list of what we pay and any increases. The KBRO increase is going to be $3,239, and there's a big long list of where that all comes from and how they. We do have one thing that does include the 3-year email services. We only pay that every 3rd year, but this next year will be the year that we pay that. That's included in there. It's been sitting there, it stays in that account historically for the county, and then we only have to expend it every 3rd year. Judge Lee, I think I sent you a list yesterday. It may have been just as the electricity went off. There's some old email addresses in there, and there's some that aren't on there that I know that we use, a few. So I asked if James could possibly look at that or get a list to KBRO so that they could update that.
Okay.
But the increase is $3,239.
Again, because I thought in my talk with Sean Bryan, I thought that he was telling me that if we would just renew the existing contract, there wouldn't be any increases to their rate unless we were to nullify the contract and want to renegotiate or go out for bids or whatever.
Well, there were 2 things that we added during the course of the year that was not in the original contract. The first one of those was
this is just a continuation maybe of those, yes, rather than a rate increase. I just want to clarify that.
Well, there was something that the court approved. Let me see. They approved something new with Net Data.
Yeah, it had to do with
$3,785 with Net Data, and then $700 maintenance to KBRO.
Yes.
So
yes.
That's that $700.
That's what the increase is.
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted these guys to know, and I have talked to Sean about this, and if we will If we are comfortable with them and want to continue with them and just basically say, let it roll, let it move forward, that there will not be a rate increase this year. But if we wanted to go out and renegotiate and go out for bids, then there are some discounts we're getting now that would, that would go away. Now, that's not threat or extortion. He's just saying that's what we would be willing to do for you if you continue on with us. And I said I would mention that I thought that we would be willing to do that. I'm certainly very happy with K-Bro and want to continue our relationship with them.
Okay. Net data. The net data increase to the budget is going to be $16,504.
A lot of that is DA.
It's due to, there's an annual built-in increase of 7.3%. That's about 11,000 of that.
Wow.
Then it's the $3,785 item that we just spoke about that will continue. And there's a slight increase in the email cost, and that's one reason why I requested that we look at that to see if we can. The thing is it's only 5 cents per email per month annually, so you're going to have to find a whole lot of those to make a difference.
5 cents per email address?
Yes.
Okay.
And some of us have more than, I don't have more than one, but I know that some people have a personal one and then a private one. So not personal for your personal information, just one that's not advertised for the general public. So that's going up $16,500. The Human Services, that's the department where we pay the Child Welfare Board, autopsies, funerals, all those, safety shelter, body transports, CASA, ECCATA, all those things. Is there going to be any changes to those, or are those going to remain the same?
I sure don't see any of those. I'm not pushing for any increases in any of those. I think we're properly balanced, and I think we've got, I just think that's about as much as I can justify doing to those type of organizations.
We are getting financial reports from all of these entities before we send them the funds.
Right.
So that information is in our records. When I look at the phone allowances, I see that Precinct 1, Mr. Parchman is only getting $30 a month for his phone allowance. I believe that's because Mr. Riddle's was only $30. The rest of the commissioners are at $40. So I suggest that we raise those to keep them the same. That's at your option, Jeff, but I mean, I know you use your phone a lot.
Right. Yeah, that'd be fine. Every time I call him, he won't answer.
What happened there is like it never changed. Stay the same.
Thought he had a flip phone.
I did try. He got that, what he wants to answer and what he don't want to answer.
Well, maybe he's got you blocked.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Ain't no friendship in that.
He calls me a lot. I don't know if he talks to you all, but he calls me a lot. This big stack of paper right here is this American Rescue Plan. That is the new grant money. We have received $3,180,000 and some change. My recommendation to you is that we set up a fund for that, for all of those funds, which will be $6.3 million. We will set aside some funds for administrative cost, and then the rest of it we will just put in general operating expenditures that meet the fund requirements until we are ready to then make some decisions as to how to use those funds. Most of the auditors that I talk to, their district judges, their county judges and their whole group, their commissioners have not decided how to use that because the verbiage is so very broad on it. I sent y'all some of that out. If you want to read it, it's over 27,000 pages long. So I wouldn't recommend that. I gave y'all the much shortened version, which is still, the bulk of this. But at this time, I think that that's what we need to do with budget. I do think sometime, probably after the first of the year, we need to go out and advertise for the grant administrator, whoever's going to read all the 27,000 pages and know how to do that, and also for a clerical position, temporary, part-time, to manage whatever it is that those things are. If you recall, for coronavirus, we voluntarily took those on in my office. That was $700,000. This is $6.3 million. It's just way too much money for the staff that I have for us to do that. We have the capabilities, we don't have the time in the day to do that. So we will work closely with whoever it is that we decide, and then at that point, y'all are probably going to need to get together and determine the use of those funds. But I'm hopeful that by then we'll also have some more.
The consensus among these smaller counties, and I don't know where they're getting their information, is this thing is going to be not the typical level of difficulty. I don't know how they can say that. I don't know where they're getting this idea, but just thinking about these small counties that don't have the staff like we do, are they going to burn, a significant percentage of this money paying it to a consultant? I would like to hope that, I think we need to wait for a while before we do anything.
I agree.
Until the fall, before we make a decision there, and hope that, it's not going to cost 30% or something of this money to hire a consultant. Mm-hmm. And if it's not going to be the burden that so many think that it is, it seems to me that the liberal way of thinking would be to reduce some of that oversight of this money. I don't know, but I'm content for right now to set that money aside in a fund. As time goes on, 4 months from now, we'll know a lot more than we know right now about how this money can be used and how difficult the administration aspect of it's going to be. I have nightmares thinking about how difficult it could be and how costly it could be to have it managed. But that sure does. But at the same time, without that, there could be corruption unimaginable in this country. Not at our level, but it could be at our level.
Well, we don't have to encumber those funds until December of 2024. That's a long-term project. And you don't have to expend the funds until December of 26. 26.
2 years later. Okay.
Yes. So it's, we're June of 21 and it could go through December of 26. And from what we've seen, they often extend those. My greatest concern with regard to the management, the administration, there's two facts. One is that you have to meet the federal government purchasing requirements. I've had to do that at school district, and let me tell you, the things that we put in the newspaper, we are meeting the general requirements, but not the federal grant requirements. Those are much more involved. The other thing that concerns me greatly is that we saw with the coronavirus grant, they gave us the instructions and they changed their mind. And they changed their mind, and they changed their mind. If we could do this and have a decision as what we could do with it and do it one time, but to do it over and over, that costs more time, it costs more money, it creates the opportunity for more errors and more corruption if that were possible. So I agree with you wholeheartedly. I think we just set it up and wait and see.
What have you not done? Where is that money sitting right now?
We opened a new fund, and it's sitting in the bank at Guarantee Bank.
Okay. You do have it accounted for in a separate fund right now?
Yes.
Okay.
It's Fund 035, I believe, Judge Lee.
Okay.
But it's separate.
What did we have in the annex?
We had 400,000.
400,000.
That's what we started
since
with.
the courts decided that they're not interested in pursuing that, we had that money in there for hopefully the acquisition of those 2 properties back there. And knowing that there may be some desire to give a facelift to that building, I think we can play with that number there and reduce it down to whatever you think, 200,000, 100,000, to give that building an exterior facelift. I have no idea what that will cost, but
about 50.
Oh, there's no way we can do it for 50. I'd love to think we could.
I hope so, but yeah, at least, under 100 probably.
I was going to suggest you keep $200,000 in there.
Okay.
And just in case one of those properties back there came available for sale, you could fall back on that. I have no reason to think it's going to, and I have no reason to think that you all will be interested in doing that when that opportunity arises. But nonetheless, let's go ahead and reduce that then down to 200,000, if you would, please.
Yes, sir.
We haven't talked about this in a year or so. Any renewed interest whatsoever on selling the Riddle Street property?
No way.
Okay. Okay with that? Hanging on to that? I personally think it's a good time to sell it, but you're making decent money, and hopefully the air conditioning system and the roof will hold out. The roof will need repair within the next 3 years, probably a new roof. So that shouldn't be too terrible on a 5,000 square foot building, but it is coming up. Barbara, what's next on your list?
Well, I've got some taxable value information and some tax rate information. That's really all the questions at this time until the other elected officials make their presentations.
Okay. Let's talk generally about the revisions to our calendar and make sure everybody can check their personal calendars and be sure we've got a window of opportunity in there.
Okay. Commissioners, Judge Lee talked with you on Monday about the budget calendar, and at the same time, the legislature had a new Senate Bill 1357 that also went into effect on Monday. So I would ask you to, what he gave you then, you need to throw that away because that will not be the calendar that we use. I put the new ones up there with you. The easy way to identify it is it says Titus County Budget Calendar with SB 1357. That's the one you need to follow, please. So what I want to call to your attention, what has changed, what you really need to know is tomorrow we'll have a budget workshop. On Wednesday next week at 1 o'clock, there will be a budget workshop. We won't have a formal discussion of the tax rate because we won't have the taxable values until later in July. Let me just go through here.
So note that right now, that's next Wednesday, right?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Everybody good there on the 23rd?
Yep.
1 o'clock, an okay time? Or would you rather do it in the morning? Did you have a reason why you put it at 1?
No.
Okay, so you're flexible there?
I'd rather do it in the morning.
Better do it in the morning? I didn't know how it would impact your work day. It don't matter to me.
I'd go either way.
Morning be okay?
Be good with it. 9, 10, do you need morning to get guys going?
We can get things rolling by 9 at ours.
Can we do it at 9?
Before that, so.
Next Wednesday, 9 o'clock.
So then we should get the certified values on July the 25th. Then by August the 1st.
So hold right there. But what's going on there in between our meeting next Wednesday on the 23rd and a month later? That will be the time you and your staff are working on plugging in these numbers to your budget.
Yes, we will plug in.
Including payroll.
Yes, we will plug in the expenditure portion of the budget. Will basically be finished by that time.
Okay.
Then we'll get the tax information, and then we'll work through that process. By August 1st, the tax assessor collector certifies the anticipated collection rate. Then the appraisal district calculates the values. The appraisal district also sends information to each property owner. If you see that right there, by August the 7th, this is new. A notice of where the estimated amount of taxes imposed on the property may be accessed. Shirley Dickerson has told me that she will be sending postcards
to every property owner to meet that requirement.
And that tells them where to log into online to get that information, and that's something they've never had that before?
Oh, they've had it, but the legislature now requires them
You
to
gotta
notify.
promote it.
Right.
What a
Yes.
waste. What a waste. The people that want to know can just as easily call down there. I can't imagine there will be that many people take advantage
Well, you
of
think
that.
about just the cost of the postcards, the postage. Okay, the next item is August the 9th. Judge Lee will give you copies of the tax rate calculations. We'll post those on the website. Then on August the 13th, we will have to send a notice to each elected county official, because this will be the notice that tells you what your salaries, personal expenses, and allowances will be. That's also going to have to be put in the newspaper. We will file a copy of the budget on August the 13th. The new requirement's August the 14th. That's a weekend.
Can I ask you this?
Yes, sir.
That 813, if decisions are made on proposed salary and personnel expenses by next week, say, do we have to wait that long to post that?
Let me look and see. I think we do have to wait that long.
I know there's some period of time
Yes.
you've got to wait. I didn't know if you had to wait that long.
Well, I think it's not less than 10 and not more than 30.
Okay.
But let me look and see.
Okay. I mean, I don't have a problem with that date, but the sooner the public can know about that, the better.
Right. So you can see we're going to get those to you by August the 13th, and then it will be published in the paper on the 14th. On August the 16th, please mark your calendars. This is when we're going to take a record vote on the proposed tax rate. That will be a new meeting that we've not had on a Monday that we don't usually meet.
And we know all of our different tax rates by
the 9th.
By the 9th. We have that figure by the 9th. Okay.
What, on that 16th of August?
Mm-hmm.
That'd be 9 o'clock?
Right. And that's in between your two Commissioners Court meetings.
Okay. On August the 21st, we're going to put the information in the newspaper about the budget hearing, about the tax notice, and we will post those to our website. And then on September the 2nd, we'll have the public hearing on the budget, public hearing on the tax rate. There will have to be a separate vote on the increase in the salaries for elected officials. Then we'll adopt the budget and set the tax rate.
And note that September 2nd is an oddball date, but here's kind of why. Normally we would do that, we would deal with that, in my mind, at the first meeting of September. But I think because we're early in the process, this gives you an opportunity to have that big decision made before the Labor Day weekend, and not come back and have to deal with that on Tuesday the 7th after the Monday holiday. So I purposely put that there on Thursday before the Labor Day weekend. And that can be a morning meeting, that can be evening meeting. You know, in the past, we've done some evening meetings, we can consider that.
Say do it in the morning.
Well, if you're not going to raise the tax rate and possibly lower the tax rate, I think you could probably do a morning meeting. If you're going to do any adjustments upward of the tax rate, I think you need to give folks an opportunity to come after work. So that would put us, you know, normally we're skidding in at the end of September, adopting that budget and that tax rate. This enables us to be several weeks ahead of the game.
The new requirement is it must be filed by August the 15th, and then you have to vote on that within 25 days. So that's going to require everybody to come a lot more earlier in September.
Yep, that's good.
We do have our preliminary taxable values. I'm moving on. Is that okay with y'all?
Yeah.
Preliminary taxable values have gone up about $85 million. I've had some questions because, you know, most of the people that I talk to's values went up, and, you know, nobody wants their values to go up because then they pay more taxes. I want to make sure that we are all aware that the comptroller gives the appraisal district an interval that they must be within a 5% of what the state comptroller tells them in order for the appraisal district to meet the requirements that they have to make. If they don't meet those requirements, then the school district within each county is who is punished, and the state funding is reduced to the school districts. So I just want to call that to your attention. I also looked at tax rates from our surrounding counties. I thought that might be interesting to you. This is from their website. Our tax rate currently is 0.4679. The closest one, I'm sorry, Titus County is 0.4679. The Camp County current rate is 0.4689. So, you know, they're a tiny bit more than us. And then we have Franklin County at 53 cents, Marion County at 57 cents, Morris County at 44 cents, and Red River at 80 cents. That may be why they had to reduce their retirement with a tax rate like that.
Don't have much in the way of taxable value.
That's right. Yeah. That's right. For Titus County, I wanted to give you the history of the Titus County. Our current tax rate is 0.4679. Last year it was 0.4742, so it was a reduction for the current year. The year before it was 0.5085. The year before 0.4790, and in 2017 it was 0.4584. So in a year's time, our tax rate has went up less than 1 cent. I just want to make sure y'all had that information. If, you know, I know that people ask you in the public, and I want to make sure that you're fully informed. I also want to encourage you to call my office if you have questions about anything related to the finances. Judge Lee also can answer those questions, obviously.
Maybe.
No, you can. You've been doing it longer than I have.
Barbara, I really appreciate all the effort you put in looking at these new laws and putting together what I think is a great calendar. I really like this calendar this year. I always have felt nervous pushing, you know, being so late in the process and making final decisions literally at the nth hour. You know, and I'm grateful. I think y'all are going to be able to make these salary decisions here within the next week. That'll make Barbara's, where she doesn't feel under the gun, and where we'll be able to have a pretty clear picture of where we're going to be able to share with people, you know, well before that September 30th deadline. Okay, we've got another full morning tomorrow. Well, maybe, yeah, I think full. I would say be prepared. District judges looks like are going to be asking for quite a bit of money, and you know, I know that DA Colley is really moving a lot of old cases over there and having regular docket calls. Maybe these guys are going to be a lot busier. We've got to find a balance between what's reasonable and what's not reasonable. So we'll have Marcus here, Joan in the morning, Brian from upstairs at Juvenile Probation, Maintenance Barn, District Judges, DA David Colley, and then we'll wrap up with Judge and Commissioners and talking about road materials and new equipment needs and private bathroom for me in my office, things like that. All right, is there anything else today before we bust up?
I do want to tell y'all, I had a phone call I had an email from Seton Construction. They thought that there was a bid out there that we were waiting for responses as of June 18th. I don't know anything about a bid like that. I reminded them about construction, and I also told them about what the things we extended and what we did not extend, and I don't know what that was. But we have mailed those letters that y'all approved on Monday to the people that y'all approved, and then we'll be getting those other bids out. We probably won't get those out until sometime in September, because we've met the requirements now for the $50,000, so we're ready to go for a few months. I just want to call that to your attention.
Okay, good, thank you.
Yes, yes, because iron ore, well, it'll all be in the newspaper. I'll send y'all copies like I do every time I do a bid. It's too soon. No, no. He's.
I didn't know about the date and stuff when they had that up the lawn and all that.
Yeah, yeah. Well, we extended those on Monday, the lawn and all the rest of them. But the iron ore, there was a couple of things that we didn't extend.
I have this Lochner bill sitting up here for me. Does this simply need my approval, or?
I think it was in our box, and I don't
put
know.
it there.
Okay. Well, it needs a signature on it if you're ready.
Well, I just thought you might want to process it as normal and let it be voted on like any other bill. I'll be glad to put my signature on it right now.
And then I'll take it down and we'll put it through the regular process.
Janie, you about ready to go, or you want to stay around another hour? Looks like a donation again. Okay, I need a motion to adjourn. Motion to adjourn is made by whatever his name is, Applewhite. Second by Commissioner Parker. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Thanks for the morning. Thank you again, Barbara.
You're welcome.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for being here. Let's start with a prayer and a pledge of allegiance again.
Father God, we thank you for this day, and we pray, Lord, that you'll be with us as we work out our finances, Lord, and that we work out our business for the county, and it will be a good deal for all the citizens of Titus County, Lord. Be with us and give us wisdom and guidance, and be with everybody that works for the county, Lord, that's presenting today. And first of all, be with all our first responders for the county, Lord, and all our employees today. Keep us all safe, Lord. And guide us through this meeting that we're fixing to have. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, for the record, today is our second day of our annual budget workshop hearings where we speak with department heads, and this is the 18th of June. And we will pick up here with Marcus Carlock, our district clerk. Before we do that, oh no, we start with Sheriff. Yeah, that's right.
Backseat aim.
I was just trying to avoid you. Just a bit of information. I had the note prepared for the volunteer fire department, Nortex, to make that temporary loan, and in there I had asked, without going into an elaborate set of paperwork prepared by an attorney, I had asked them to give us a lien on that so that immediately that title reflected the county as the lien holder, and they preferred not to do that, which is fine. Kirk Brown was able to arrange a bank loan with his wife as the banker, and so they took care of that. They got a good rate, and they were happy, and they felt like that was the direction they wanted to go. So Mark Williams called me about that yesterday. So they are ready for that $25,000 check, Barbara, for the deposit. And the issue, they also had an issue with a delay on the pickup of the truck today because they had found, in the inspection, they found a leak in the tank that had to be repaired. That's supposed to be being done Mondays, and Mark can only go and pick it up on Friday, so maybe they'll pick it up next Friday. But whenever we're ready to get them that check, and then all of y'all can sign off on that, they'll deposit that into their account so that they've got funds there backing it up when they go to make that payment.
Brian, that
Yes.
was 5 stars.
That's clearly what I said, I think.
Nortex.
I understand. No, you're correct. Thank you.
I just wanted to clear that up.
Thank you for correcting me. All right. Good morning, Sheriff.
Good morning.
You're up.
All right. I
I guess we'll start with my cover sheet, which lays out most of my budget. We just leave the same. If I need to change a little bit, Barbara is real good about doing that and showing us where we need, what direction we need to go, and everything's actually pretty good on that. As you guys know, we've got a lot more feds right now. We keep up with the what we've got. We'll be bringing in a million a year or a little more, and we'll talk a little more about that in a little bit. What we need to do to keep those and possibly even get more, and to make a little more money for our citizens and let that pay the bills. But on the capital outlay, I am asking a little bit more for capital outlay this year, and the reason why, I'm asking just for the 4 cars, what you normally give me. But what is extra, I do need one more camera for the cars, which is over about $5,000. We only keep 2 spare cars that patrolmen use, and we need a camera for the second spare. So it'll be ready to go. So if their cars go down, we have that. Then the other, I do need to replace some of the radars in the cars because they're old. I got these radars when I first came into office 12 years ago, and they're just simply quit working, and they're outdated and do that. But what the big budget is, the big budget item is the van. The jail van we got is 21 years old. It's about to turn over 100,000 miles here before long. Transmission seems like it's probably fixing to go out. This thing's old, and it's just time to replace it. Now, even if we didn't have all these feds, we'd still probably need a new one, but this is the time to get it because we've got a lot of money coming in. I was thinking we could use that and purchase the van, because with the fed transports that we have now, with this many, they're killing us. And I don't want to be stuck on the side of the road and then can't make
So you're picking them up?
A lot of times we have to take them to court. A lot of times we haul them. Sometimes they pick them up, but a lot of times we have to take them to the doctor, or we'll take them to court. But
you're not picking them up from Fannin County. They're bringing them to you.
They're bringing them to us. Okay. But now we have in the past, though, if they get busy, we will go pick them up.
Okay.
And something else we've done, and we get paid good for it. So I mean, it don't cost us anything. But and this, I believe, this is one thing probably why the feds like to deal with us and give us. But if some of these bigger jails have these feds, if they got to go to court, or we have in court, we'll go by and pick up, and we get the transport fee on that, and we'll take them to court for where we're going. So yeah, I mean, the van is pretty much. I mean, we're going to have it because the other one's old and it's wore out. It's just really time to get it. So, do you have any questions on that?
How old did you say it was?
It's 21 years old. It's a 2020 model, or yeah, whatever it was. 21 years old.
Okay.
I'm sorry, it's a 2000 model. When I say 2020, yes, 2000. So yeah, it's 2000 model.
Your patrol vehicles, you're still going to stick with the Tahoes?
Yes, sir.
They're up to 45,000.
Yeah. Yeah, and now Randy, wasn't her fault. Hers got wrecked. Her car that she's in, that was a good one. We wasn't going to replace that one for another 2 or 3 years. Even though it was a Durango, we was going to, so we lost one of our good ones, but we did not replace that. So I was going to try to cut back maybe a little bit next year and get 3, but that blew that out. I'm still going to need it because we got the money on that, went back into our budget, but I didn't ask for another one when that happened.
What did we do last year? 3?
No, we did 4.
We did 4?
Yeah, we did 4. But
we hadn't done 5 in a while, though, have we?
No, sir. No. But here in the near future, I'm hoping what I've got, just to kind of let you guys know real quick what I've got in mind. I've got a few positions I think that we could use these electric cars. They work just fine in. These electric cars, I went and borrowed one just simple fact that for personal to see if I like them and see if someone can use it at work. And I'm going to tell you, this thing's pretty nice. And they've got a lot, you put a lot of miles on them before you go to a recharge, and they just get them better every year. Here within a year or two, I'm hoping that might be something.
Are you talking about as a patrol car?
No, I'm like Randy, she does the civil, like Bain, he does the environmental positions like that. I think we could do an electric car easy in those. And your maintenance is almost zero on them. I mean, there's no oil changes, no gas. You just plug them in. And the one I borrowed, it was charged up when I picked it up here at the courthouse. We went to Sulphur Springs and run the air conditioner up there and back on the way back. It was dark, had to run headlights. But we're running Sulphur Springs. I just want to see how far it goes. Run around up there and did a lot of things and come back and still had.
What kind of vehicle was
a
this?
50% charge. Is that Ford Mach-E, the Mustang? They got out the electric car, and it still had a 50% charge after we did it. So I mean, you know, like Bain and Randy, and there's positions like that. I think it would do just fine. It's, you know, something.
What's the cost on it, Tim?
I don't think so much more than what he's talking about.
Don't know.
Yeah, about the same. So I could cut back on the Tahoe and get one of them. And
Is that what Randy and Clint are driving?
Sir?
Is that what Randy and Clint are driving, Tahoes?
No.
They drive
Durango.
Durango.
They drive the old stuff or the Charger. Do we have any Chargers left?
Yeah, Clint Bain's driving the Charger.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Bain could probably use his for another couple of years.
Oh, is it?
I'm hoping, and then we've got one Charger that's in CID, and we can drive it for a while because it's still good. But yeah, Randy and him eventually will have a Tahoe unless we can go electric on them. I'd actually like to look at going electric on them because I just don't see paying the gas for them to do what they do. We can do it electric.
Well, we'll talk about that when we need to.
Okay. But anyways, other than that, that's the big, what drove the capital outlay up more than normal is going to be because the camera's not that much, the radar's not that much, but then the van, it's a $38,000, which actually is a lot better price because it's rigged up 4 inmates, so actually a lot better price than I thought it would be. But yeah, I do need that. And then that's hopefully we can go another 20 years and not have to have another one till the end. So.
Y'all agreeable to that? Four new Tahoes and a van?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. Is that carport just a single carport, or is it a 2-car? Where the truck parks? Where you park that Dodge truck?
That's just a single one. Yeah, that truck, I bought that because
it's nice that it's under that carport.
Yeah, I bought that because we got a real good price. We got that right before the metal started going up.
Yeah.
And it really keeps it protected and keeps it nice and keeps the hail damage off of it. And because that's one of the items I'm hoping the county can use that truck for 15, 20 years before they get another one. So we got to cover, take care of it, keep it in good shape, keep it covered up. That was another long time planned on when we purchased that. It'd be a long time to purchase.
Careful there.
All right.
Other than that, well, I'm sorry. What was
Nice. I was laughing at Jimmy.
Then when we're going down, the only other thing we got to talk to Barb about, I do need a little bit more money in my training budget this year.
Your what?
My training budget.
Training budget?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we're going to, because if the COG runs out of money, especially, we're going to have more to send jailers and stuff. So, and we're going to be behind on training anyway because of COVID. We didn't get to send anybody much to a lot of stuff. So I'm going to ask him for about $20,000 in that.
Have you got that written down somewhere?
No, Barbara does. Barbara got it.
20,000 more in training?
Well, just total.
Total, okay. All right. Let's talk about your pay needs.
Now the pay needs, I would really, more than anything, I'd like to see them get the jail pay up a little bit. That's what I was telling you. We could actually house more feds if I could just keep helping there. And I mean, McDonald's is paying more than what we pay in the jail. I'd like to see a 75 cents an hour overall on the patrol side, anywhere but the jail. But I'd like to see $1 an hour in the jail increase if it's any way possible. And now, as you know, we're not guaranteed these feds, but now we've had them since I've been sheriff. It's been over 12 years, and it don't look like it's slowing down any. Right now, we've got enough in there. We're bringing in about $1 million a year. If I could keep help over there, I could probably stack it up where we can keep, we can bring in well over that. But as you know, that's not guaranteed that if they start dropping off, if our count's low, when people quit, we can always not hire back and cut the costs that way like I've always done. But right now, if they want to give me more, I just can't take them. just can't do it because I just can't keep the help. And instead, it's taking so much. You have to have 2 jailers to do anything with any federal entity. It takes up so much resource. So.
And your turnover's been bad, or what's the evidence of this?
But it seems like every time I'm about to be too short, I'm going to have to send them to the academy because it's just hard to find people to move in. You know, the step raise increase y'all put us on works to help keep people, but the problem is the pay's still not there to get people to move in from here a lot. Now I was able, because of the step increase, and I can start off at 5, I was able to snatch a couple from other agencies and bring over, but that's hard to do because I don't know if people are scared to move right now or what, but it has helped me. I saw a special the other day on TV, and it was pretty much saying even in this time when people don't want to work, if you want help, you got to pay them. I mean, so we had an increase in quite a while. So
what's your average pay on your jailers?
They start off at $13.63 an hour. Just you guys consider.
What's that a month, Barbara? Do you have a quick math calculation there? What do you use? How many hours do you use for a month?
160. I mean, that's 4 weeks.
You said 1360.
63. $2,180.
Yeah.
So they're probably taking home $1,750 in round numbers. Of course, but then, there's other deductions you have to take out of that.
Well, we're contemplating. No firm decision has been made yet, but I think we're going to make a decision probably as early as next week to do $100 a month across the board. If we did that, that would take that 1365 to 1363 to 14 and a quarter. Not quite that much, but
That's about 58 cents an hour. The $100 per month across the board.
yeah, it's tough to carve out certain departments. I mean, I know there's always extenuating circumstances that you can talk about. I don't know what the long-term availability of those federal prisoners is going to be. I don't know what the long-term labor climate's going to be. Are things going to settle down, or are they going to quit dumping all this stimulus money, and people are going to be more willing to go back to work and willing to? None of us know. Or is
this free money's killing us? I don't know if we'll ever get back to the days where you're supposed to work for crazy, all the free handouts.
Well, at some point, I think they'll get back to work. But then, what's the inflation going to do? If inflation is out of control, and people are going to have more money. So.
But now the step increase, that 5% will help, because with the step increase, all of us go up. We've done that every year. Well, we ain't got that many raises, but when we do get raises, we do the step increase up, and that will help you snatch some more that's got experience and bring them over. And it saves us money too, because we'll have to send them all to schools and stuff usually. When you get people.
How many hourly jailers do you have at any given time?
I have a list here, Judge. I want to show you. It's based off this color-coded chart that she sent me, Amy sent me.
Roughly 15? 12.
There are 12 jailers with less than 1 year of experience. There are 2 with 1 year, and there are 7 with 2 to 4 years. So the fact that there's 12 with less than 1 year of experience, those are the ones that you're having trouble hiring, and they keep changing and
I've got a good core group that keeps us afloat, that are really dedicated, and that 5% on them will really help, and keep them there. But that lower end, that I'd like to see that. I'd like to see that check.
Well, and again, we're just talking here. If you gave them a buck increase across the board for jail staff, how do you rationalize that to your patrol officers if you can't do that for them?
Well, patrol officers, there is a difference, of course. We're kind of unique.
I know you and me talking, but how are they going to feel about it?
Oh, they would be in 100% agreement with it, because the patrol officers are making more, and they're, you know, the jail staff is really, it's just as important to them as it is anybody because they have to deal with a lot. So, yeah, they don't, it don't bother them a bit.
Okay.
Judge Lee, the current entry level for the jail, as a jailer, is $13.63 an hour, and for a deputy, it's $19.41. So there's a significant difference there. That's what you were referring to.
Yeah.
Do all of your, not all of your deputies have had jail experience, or have they?
Just, well, not all of us have actually worked in the jail, I'm not sure, but they go in just looking at it. But
I'm just curious.
yeah. But then what I'm starting to do now, when I hire a new deputy, I do make them go 2 weeks in the jail, work back there so that they can see what they go through. Because that jail's pretty busy. They've got a lot going on. And so I actually do make them run through that. If they've had jail experience, I don't do that. But if they have zero jail experience, I make them do 2 weeks in the jail before I put them out on training on the street.
Is your turnover or your shortage in the jail any worse in 2021 than the last 10 years? I mean, I know it's always a challenge, but
it's always a challenge. And what it is this time too is I'm having to pull some of the jailers and put them on and send them to school to be to work the pro. So that's some of the only students. That's not me, though. I don't do it a lot. But you know, Judge, I don't want to just go back and look at my numbers.
I just wondered if you had a gut feel, you know, if this was, I mean, if you were in the restaurant business, you'd clear.
I know it's harder to hire right now. I can tell you this, without looking at the numbers and going back, it's harder to hire right now than it was 10 years ago. 10 years ago, we have a jail opening, we'd have several applications. Now we're having to search for people. We're having to go out and literally go to other businesses and say, hey, we pay this. You know, are they paying you less than this? We've got, you know, insurance, we've got retirement.
Yeah.
And it's working, but we're having to go out to work just to get employees. So I can tell you that it's a lot harder to hire people.
Well, I don't think there's an employer anywhere around here that would tell you that same thing. Some are particularly struggling. You know, talking about McDonald's, you know, even paying them more is not getting them employees. No. Right now, it's not money. I don't know what it is.
It's crazy.
It's that, you know, free money coming in that's hurting there. Okay.
That's all I got, gentlemen.
Any questions for Sheriff? We'll talk about the pay some more. What I am hearing these guys say is that they are considering that $1,200 a year increase, $100 a month, as opposed to a percentage increase. We know how that would relate to your request there for an additional dollar, and it's fallen short there. I think they'll just have. I will consider this.
Okay. Thank you all. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Dan.
The man, all y'all understand that, man. If you want to come look at it, you're welcome.
The old van looks rough. In fact, I looked at it and said, is this the van? It's so bad. It's bad.
It's really time for doing
I can't believe you use it still.
Hopefully we won't have to have another one for 20 years.
It's a good example of pinching that penny, son. You're doing good. It's
been rolling hard, huh?
Yeah.
Give that to the fire department.
It's something to see.
How's your
They wouldn't want it.
how's your commissary doing these days? Just booming?
Our commissary is really probably high. And you know, as you know, what I started doing, when I come in 12 years ago, I started using that commissary to pay for a lot of the items to keep our taxpayers' budget up. And I mean, that's how I went from budgeting 100 to 110,000 on capital, I'm sorry, not capital outlay, but the building repair fund down to, I think it's 75,000 now. We can get back out of that. I mean, we used that commissary fund that should be pretty high now. Our law federal, and we've got a lot of money to do there. So if we have like another boiler, hopefully we won't, that goes out, or an air conditioning unit, you know, anything to do with the jail, we use a commissary. We probably got enough in there. We spend, you know, 40 grand each, and I have to use our budget money for that. So, I mean.
And your email telephone service with the third party, that's working fine?
Now, the telephone service, I'll be honest with you, I'd like to go back to a hard line. This telephone service we got is horrible. It's been more of a headache than it's been good.
Why haven't you gone back?
What, I'm sorry?
Why haven't you considered switching back?
I didn't know it was good. I thought it would be a whole county thing. I figured it had to be a county-wide thing. I didn't think.
Okay, I was talking about the way that your inmates can communicate with the outside.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Text and email and stuff.
Oh, no, that's working really good. Yeah, the company that's doing that, yeah, they're doing us, I mean, it's really good. Yeah, that's working perfect.
Okay. Going back to your trucks, if you know that we're going to approve 4 vehicles, how are they going to be readily available, and how quickly would you buy them?
Well, because of the COVID chip deal, we didn't even get the ones working last year. We're actually supposed to get them this month.
Wow.
So
yeah. you'd want to place an order as soon as you possibly could, or what?
Yes. I'll just after the budget is approved, unless you guys want me to wait a month or 2, let's pass it.
Well, have they told you? They've given you a quote here from Freedom Chevrolet. Can they give you an idea of when you would have them if you pulled the trigger tomorrow?
Oh, no, I haven't asked them. But they did say that we're supposed to get back normal. They said the chip one should be fixed, and they're supposed to have our other ones in and to us this month. So,
but how long have they been saying that?
Yeah.
6 months, a year?
6 months ago.
But I'm talking about specifically these right here. If you're looking at another year wait.
They did. Aaron did tell me that they talked. He did say that the wait period should be back to normal. So if we order these in October, we should have them by December. That's normal. I think we'll have them by December when we order them.
Will they be 2022s?
Yes, sir.
That's what the assumption is here?
Yeah. Yeah, and remember now, I asked for more money in the budget on that last one that got went down. But when redirect hers, I paid for that. And so that money went right back in. So actually, y'all didn't have to give me money. So that we had some left over to put back in the general fund. So
okay.
So we replace Randy and we got the insurance.
Well, I sure hope you can get those current year ones before the year's out.
He's telling us they're going to be this month. He's telling Aaron that I've asked Aaron to push him pretty hard and tell him he really need them. He's telling Aaron can almost guarantee that it will be this month. In fact, I think they've already got them in. They're just getting equipment put on. So as soon as they get equipment put on, we'll get them.
Okay.
Judge Lee, I do want to tell you, the sheriff is really good. Like on October the 1st, he'll be in my office wanting a purchase order to go ahead and get these things ordered because he knows how long it takes to get those in. That's what's historically happened since I've been here, and I think for many years. Isn't that right? He's ready to go. That's why he gets these quotes early.
Yeah, I just wondered if we needed to order now for December delivery or something like that.
No, I think it's going to be okay. I believe it's getting fixed.
Okay.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Is this a buy board? This Freedom Chevrolet? No, it's that.
Yeah, same one.
That one we used last year. Gotcha.
Yeah. I think you should have everything you need on that.
Yeah.
We got that last year.
We did.
Nothing's changed.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, thank you.
Thank you, Tim.
Sure. Will you hand Sue a microphone?
I'm sorry.
Don't leave, Tim.
I was just curious if we were still housing inmates from other counties, or is it all us? And I know we generated some revenue from that at one time. I just wondered how that was going, or, I'm sorry?
Federal prisoners.
Yeah, are we still doing that? What kind of revenue does it generate?
Right now, we're generating, if we keep up the numbers, we're looking at $1 million a year.
Oh, okay.
We may not be at record numbers, but we're close to it.
Yeah, if I can try to keep generous, I can probably get it up to where we got $1.5 million. Because they won't give us more to keep that. Okay, I just need my help. I just need to keep the help in the jail. But yeah, right now, with the numbers we got, we're bringing in $1 million a year.
Well, that's, okay.
Well, Tim, on your behalf, though, I guess, what was it yesterday? The jail count was 150. And how many more was the jail hold at? Was it 180?
182. It's pretty full. Yeah, we got the numbers fluctuate. We can get it down. the jail purchase rate. It might be 150 today, it might be 130 tomorrow.
Okay, Marcus, thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you, Tim.
Thank you, sir. Good morning.
Good morning.
Looks like you focused your attention on payroll.
Okay, you said focus my attention.
I said it looks like you focused your attention here for our discussion today on payroll.
Right, so I guess what I'm asking this year for is some help. We've been running with 3 full-time, a part-time, and then myself. And I know in the previous years, I guess before my term, there was 4 full-time and a district clerk. And part of that was because I guess it was, 2 budget years ago, I asked for, was it 2 or 1? I worked on trying to at least increase my employee salary within my budget, at least up to where some of the other departments were, just to just to get them even, I guess, to where they need to be. But this upcoming year is going to be a different ball game, and we're mainly with the addition of the new DA, and David Colley's also hiring an assistant DA, and he's got 2 assistants. We've been hammered. And I've got some numbers here. Let's see. Do you want me to go through, I guess, the line item first and kind of explain?
However you want to do it.
So what I'm asking for this year is an addition of a full-time employee, so that would make 4 full-time employees, and to keep my part-time employee. And I guess for justification, so I can use pre-COVID, January 1st, 2019, that's when I first started. And I'm just going off of criminal. Civil's a different ball game, but we're going to start having trials for those, and that's also going to increase. But talking about indictments and closing out cases, there were, in the 2019 period, there were 252 cases disposed of. Whether that's dismissed, pled out, went to trial, that's 2019, 252. In that same year, there were 318 indictments. And then, so we go to our 2020 year, and what I guess we could all say COVID kind of really hit, what, about March? 137 cases were disposed of, so about half of the previous year, with only 55 indictments. So that means every time someone gets arrested for a felony case, they have to be indicted before they come through my office and then proceed through the criminal process. And so we're talking about only 55 indictments. That means there was a huge backlog for 2019, because I'm sure in 2020 crime didn't slow down. So that left us with a large backlog. And then we bring, from the time that David started, and I guess we could say he took over, started doing stuff December 2020 up until today, 405 disposed cases. It's within a less than 7-month period. So, I mean, for example, that's in less than seven months, 405 disposed cases, and in a pre-COVID year, 252 for a whole year in 2019. That's a huge increase.
Yes.
And kudos to him and his office, honestly. And another big number, 450 indictments.
Since January?
Technically since March. I think we brought back the grand jury, I think it was March.
March of this year. Right. So all this has been done under the new DA?
Yes.
Give me that number again, for what?
450 indictments in less than from December 1st, 2020 up until June 18 of 2021, 450 indictments. So I guess prior to that, you had a bunch of people in limbo that would get arrested for drug cases, robbery, sexual assault,
and they're waiting to get indicted so they can go through the criminal process. In fact, last week, we just had a trial this week. Monday, we picked a jury at the Civic Center and had a trial, and so it's already rocking and rolling right now. 405 disposed cases so far. And I don't think that number's going to slow down. Especially, and from what I understand, January 1st is when Nicole, the assistant DA, she's going to start. And let's see what I have on here. So for the month of March, we had 70 indictments. For April 2021, we had 91 indictments. In May, we impaneled a new grand jury. And that previous grand jury was there for, what, a year and a half? But they were pretty much inactive. I think they did one month and then came back. So on May 6th, that's when we impaneled a new grand jury. We did 25 indictments to get them started. But the week of May 24th through May 28th was a huge week. And when I say huge, that's when, and this is in conjunction with our office, the DA's office, the judges, we all worked together, and we had a plea week. So it consisted of Monday through Thursday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., and some of those days I think we worked a little bit past 5. 94 cases were disposed of in that week. And as far as for our office, we have to prepare the files. We have to prepare the dockets. Sometimes we have, if they're not indicted yet, we have to prepare an information, which starts them in that process. There has to be 2 of us in the courtroom. I'm sitting there handing the judge files, making sure things are file marked that need to be, and also inputting things in the computer, while Karen, she's my chief deputy, she's on the other side handing out notices to defendants on reset dates and things like that. So we're constantly busy. That leaves, I guess, the other half of my staff in the office. And that staff is in charge of doing a massive amount of passports right now. I guess everybody's wanting to catch up, go travel. So we're doing a ton of passports, still e-filing, intaking new cases, things like that. And I know for the jury trial, we're having to do those now at the Civic Center. And so I had the opportunity, what was it, a couple of months ago, to go to Longview, view their process. They had a lot more help than what I did. I know this last time, myself and then Karen Carroll, my chief deputy, and then Debbie Swindler, we went to, I guess, go Monday for that jury, and I actually had to have my son come up there and help and volunteer to help seat people because we didn't have enough people. And that left 2 people in my office to handle everything else, which isn't enough. And I can anticipate that that's going to kind of be the future if I don't have some more help.
Okay.
Those are, kind of the base numbers, and that's just the criminal side. The civil side, we've got, I've got the Civic Center reserved for 2 more weeks in August. We have another large plea week next month, but that's something that we have to prepare for well in advance, prepare a docket, contact the defendants, contact the lawyers. And then after, I know that large plea week was, there's been weekends that myself and Karen have spent up there preparing and getting things done just to play catch up. But that plea week, it's a full day, and we can't get the work done from that first day caught up until that Friday, and that's when we start to catch up. So what I'm asking for is to at least, in essence, bring it back up to that 4 full-time employee staff that what the office used to have, and then to have a part-time.
How much is your part-time working?
So right now she's at, and that's Gloria. And so based on this sheet, when I did the budget, we were at 65% of the year, and she was at 58%. So she's working under her allotted time.
Would you make her full-time and bring in another part-time, or is she content? She's content at part-time?
Right. And there's going to come a time soon where she's going to retire or leave, and that might be this coming up December.
but I need a full-time person. I need somebody that, yeah, I had one employee that had an emergency with their daughter, and that was during plea week, that long week. So I had Gloria, and I had one other person in the office while Karen and myself were inside the courtroom trying to take care of stuff, and it was chaos. It was.
How much longer are you going to be at the Civic Center?
Until the OCA has a new order that
They
says
haven't given any indication?
it's month to month. So we're having to pull more jurors just to get what we need. We had a 23% turnout. Out of 300 people, 23% turned out. And so we're having to prepare, we're having to bring stuff up for the Civic Center, prepare that. I met with Mr. Colley yesterday just to try to get a feel, is this a continued, he's got a huge backlog. Our office has a huge backlog. He's trying to play catch up and keep up. He's pretty much almost getting as many indictments as what he's disposed of. The 90-something pleas that week, I mean, that's, how many indictments do we have that one month? We had paneled a new grand jury, did 25 indictments in May, and we disposed of, 94 cases. But I think this last go-around in June, where's my June? We had 74 indictments on June 10.
Wow.
And that's the indictments. I mean, we've got to prepare the case. We have to input it. It's a lot of research. Create the indictments, create the warrants if they haven't been arrested, send letters out, and it's a long process. It's not.
What's the anticipated pay rate going to be required to get the kind of person you need to fill that fourth position?
I put, the last person that I started out was at 13 an hour, which is low, but I mean, that's what I had. That's what I had in my budget.
Does this person have to have any particular skill level that you hire?
I mean, preferably they've got some kind of experience, whether it's computer or some kind of, at least hopefully legal experience or something. It's something that can be taught, but it's not a 1 week. It doesn't. I mean, it's a long process just to get somebody trained.
Right.
I don't know everything that's in the office right now, and I'm in year 3. I mean, I can say that, but
okay.
There's always questions that pop up. As far as pay, and I didn't figure in any raises or whatever. I would like, and I know what y'all were talking, $100 a month across the board. I don't know if this is fair to say, but I still think my office is one of the lowest paid, and I would like to see them at least get $1 across the board raise. I don't care for myself for a raise, but I'd like to see them get something.
Okay. Well, I will say that I certainly expected this. I haven't talked to you. I certainly expected this, and my assumption would be that you're feeling a good bit of the pinch just based upon my conversations with David Colley. I mean, I know how much more he's doing, certainly compared to last year, but even compared to previously. I know he's intent on getting that backlog honed down. I don't know how long it'll take him. I don't know that he knows how long it'll take him, but certainly more than a year, probably more than 2 years.
It's going to be multiple years. I mean, we've got 2 murder trials left to go. We've got other big trials still waiting, and all we did was try one case.
Yeah. And if you know that you're going to be forced to continue at this pace with the staff that you've got, what will be the repercussions, if any?
I mean, eventually I would assume some of the employees are going to get tired of their pay rate working how they're working. I mean, like Tim said, and I don't know if I'm going to go home, this person makes 13 an hour, but I can tell you at my shop, I have people averaging 13 or more an hour after tips. They're making more at my shop than what some of my employees are making. So, I don't know. I mean, we're making do with what we have, but it would be nice to have that help and not have to ask, let's say, for a family member to come help volunteer seat people, because I don't have the employees to do it. I could shut down the office, I guess, but that's not feasible.
Our passports are increasing. I think we bring in, is there something that we can, there's something that shows what we brought in on our passports? We're having to do those by appointment right now. And sometimes if it, during the jury, during the jury day, I told them we couldn't do it, we couldn't handle it, so.
Well, I will say personally, I support you having another person in the office. I think that it's needed. But again, you talk about cherry picking departments and giving special raises to certain departments. Every department we've got can tell you why they think their staff can be paid more. I can't tell you that I support doing that. I would hope that an additional staff person could help shoulder some of that load. And I do agree. I think it's going to be a multiple year deal to be running at a pace we haven't run at for several years.
I mean, the positive side, our office is working hand in hand with the DA's office, with the judge's office. There's no animosity between any of us. I mean, I think we're a great team, all the three of us. Across the street.
We haven't talked to the judges yet. I'm sure they're going to be bringing us a basket full of additional expense requests.
I think Barbara can, maybe she knows with the attorney fee voucher that account has, I guess that's increased quite a bit. I don't know. I've turned in quite a few attorney fee vouchers, especially during that 90-something plea week.
Yeah.
And I think that's going to be something that's not going to go away too soon. So. Okay. But as far as the other line items, I don't know if you want me to go through those or if you want. I haven't really.
Yeah, let's see if there's any other compensation related questions from commissioners. If not, I'll let you proceed on. Anybody have a question? Marcus has made a pretty significant request to add an additional staff person. You can see what that does to his numbers.
I can tell you that, in 2019, I didn't create that budget, but that's the first year I was in office. The actual was $248,000, and I know in budgets before it's been 200. I think our budget was like 271 is what I saw at one time. But the first year that I was in office, what we actually used was 248. In 2020, we only used 233. So I'm not trying to use money I don't need. Obviously, my budget's gone down and down, but this is at this point that I can use the help.
Okay. All right. Move on beyond payroll related. What else?
The only thing that's really changed, there is that other, the other expense that you see, $3,000. I'm sorry, the rental for jury selection, the $2,040. That's a number I threw in there based on for 6 months of rental for the Civic Center.
Are they charging you now?
Yep. Yes. And one thing I need to find out is the county in any way funding the Civic Center? Has it funded anything? I mean,
no.
I've talked to them about maybe trying to donate it or cut the costs or whatever, and at this point, it is what it is.
Well, they've got staff, they've got heat and air conditioning and lights to pay and bathrooms to clean. So
I've tried to get it at a lower rate or for free, and that's not the case. It is that number. It is what it is. I can't. That might increase for next year. It might decrease depending on the amount of jury trials. But I can tell you that if we have a jury and I reserve that Civic Center, I think there's a 3-month period. If I rent it within 3 months and cancel, I mean, we still have to pay them. If it's after 3 months, there's still some kind of period that I can cancel and not pay, but that's...
Okay. Well, I hope the OCA will quit this ridiculous behavior soon, but I don't know.
And I don't like it. I'd rather have it over there. I mean, but that one, it is what it is.
Judge Lee, that amount there that Marcus has requested is for 4 uses of the Civic Center. If the OCA doesn't change their mind, then he will have to have a budget amendment after that. But
so it's $600 a day?
$510 a day.
And believe me, I tried to negotiate that number, and I have no choice.
I understand.
So what I am trying to do is I am trying to be diligent
and talking with the attorneys or whoever and making sure that, hey, this case, we're having to pay for it. So, hopefully it's a case that's not settled.
Well, is that reasonable then, in light of the unknown with the OCA, to hold it there? Or what if you go over that? What if you need more than those 4 dates?
I'll have to come back and ask for more than this. I can't foresee the future with COVID or what the OCA puts out.
Yeah, how often are you going to do a jury selection up there? Monthly?
So I've got two juries for August. I've got those reserved as of yesterday. So there's 2 of them out of that.
Well, I'd like to see that increased. I don't want you having to come back and ask for more money. If we don't need it, we don't need it. But at the pace he's running and not knowing what they're going to do, who knows if in the fall, if COVID numbers spike up, those the people making the decisions at the OCA, they're crazy conservative, and I can see them stretching this out longer than we expect. So I'd like to see you triple that number, is my personal opinion.
Okay. And I can promise you I'll do my due diligence to make sure that...
Well, I know you will. I just don't want you having to come back for something beyond your control.
Right. The travel and seminar budget, I'm keeping it the same unless you want me to do something with it. I had that same budget for last year, and out of that I've used 2%, $125, and that was for paying for at that point our winter conference ended up being online. I had to pay dues for it. Are
you going to use some more between now and September 30? Or probably
not? There might be a little bit for a one-day school or one-day conference.
Well, y'all haven't used much. Y'all haven't used more than $2,000 in 3 years.
Well, what I try to do is at least have that there in case there's 2 conferences I need to go to, and I do try to get those reimbursed back through grants and things like that. So I haven't used a whole lot for travel and seminar.
Okay. All right.
I think that's pretty much.
Just leave it be.
I think that's pretty much it.
Okay. Any questions for Marcus? We will have some further discussion on payroll-related matters. We'll certainly factor this in. I will push for you to have an extra employee.
Okay. And I can tell you this, the more people that plea out, those people are assessed fines and court costs. And I have seen, our office does get the probation check and also gets the TDCJ check. And I have seen an increase in those, which those are fees that are, kept in my office and also put into the general fund. And so there is an increase in those. And so as David keeps going like what he's going, there is going to be an increase in, some of those fees. People getting $1,500 fines, $2,500 fines, things like that. So, that is, I would think, a positive.
Are any of you at this point absolutely sure you would allow him to have a 4th employee, or you want to ponder that some more?
I would, because, like I said, it's paying for itself with your fees. And I think we've got some trouble coming for at least another year.
I would say more.
We may have a pretty good old pace going with
Well,
David.
I don't look at it as trouble. I think that it's good that he's moving
we're behind and
cases.
we're going to be busy for a year. I'll put it that way. So yeah, I think you're going to need it.
What do you think?
I think it did.
Y'all think you could do that?
I think he probably does.
Well,
yeah.
we won't sign off on it today, but it sounds like you've made a case to support that additional employee. I do have concerns that every time we add, we'll never remove that employee, but let's hope that David and his current selection DA will maintain, a strong pace and justify that.
I'm assuming we're going to have at least 70-something indictments average a month, which is quite significant.
Average? Really?
And it could be more some months, it could be less, but on top of that, for preparing for grand jury, we have to prepare for all those plea weeks, the jury trials, and that's just the criminal side. Then we have the civil trials coming up. We have
several things coming in daily, so
How many of you are how many of your staff is in attendance when you have jury selection, when you have hearings in the courtroom and such?
So the jury selection, there were 3 of us, and then I volunteered my son as a 4.
So that pulls all those people out of your office there.
That left 2 people in my office,
Okay.
and that one of them was the part-time employee.
Well, you said 3 of them including your son?
Well, 4 including my son. So there are 3 of us, myself, Karen, and Debbie. We all went up to the Civic Center. That still wasn't enough.
Well, that left one that left your part-time in your office along with your full-time?
Right.
Okay. All righty. Marcus, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Marcus. Thank you, Marcus. Hey,
Thank you, sir.
Hey, Marcus, your phone's laying there too.
I'm very happy that David's doing what he's doing. I'm very happy that he's hired a assistant DA that's, up trained and has been doing this kind of work. I think he's committed to maintaining this kind of pace.
And David, you can probably ask some questions related to my presentation. We'll go through the same, these numbers are numbers that I pulled up, from reports and things like that.
Yeah.
And it's honestly a really good thing that's going on in the county. Cases are getting resolved, people are getting justice. People aren't sitting in jail longer than what they should be now. We have some people that have been, longest, 4.5 years.
Yeah.
There's somebody that's been in jail for murder for 4.5 years. That's longer than I think most of the employees in the jail. So,
Hey, Marcus, explain to me one more time, how come y'all are having to rent the Civic Center again? I mean, don't y'all have 2 courtrooms over there?
the problem is if I had it my way.
It's COVID fears from the Office of Court Administration saying they can't be that tight over there. This is not their wishes.
Okay. And that's the only place.
And they don't have a choice. They've got to abide by that.
Also, wouldn't let us have Thank you, Marcus. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Joan, are you ready? Anybody need a break? Joan, you ready?
Come on, man. I saw that. Trying to figure out who it was.
It's all yours.
Okay, how are y'all?
Fine.
Good, Joan.
Let's see, my budget, other than I'm asking, since my employees have not had a raise in 2 years, I'm asking for a 6% raise on that. As far as office expense, if you'll look in 2019 and 2020, I spent right at half, sometimes less, sometimes a little bit more, even though I don't use it unless I need it. So therefore, it rolls back into the general fund at the end of each year. You can see on my travel and seminars, that has severely decreased because of COVID. A lot of the reasons that I would like to keep it at the level that it is, even though I don't use it all, is because of the varied duties of my office. I have vital statistics. This year, Marks and Brands for the Department of Agriculture begins again August 31st. I'm getting ready right now to send out letters to all of the current brand holders and a new application because their old brands will automatically go away. But seminars don't always cover everything. Like, they usually do not at my seminar that might cover like my land records and the courts. They want to address like vital statistics and marks and brands, for instance. So that I do need to attend like different. I'm doing an update for vital statistics. I'm still doing it online. So that'll be a less expense this year, which will mean that this will not increase. And I don't plan to attend the fall conference.
Are you sending any of your staff out of town for training?
I'm sorry?
Are you sending any of your staff out of town for training, or do you expect to?
No.
No?
Just
you.
me, and I bring the information back to them. It lessens the cost of the county. Because hotel reservations, just like everything else in our economy, has been affected by COVID and the experience. It's a lot more expensive. TAC does reimburse me, and I do apply for any reimbursement.
How many of those seminars you typically go to do you get that grant money back from TAC? At least 2 of them?
About 3.
Well, knowing that, you still think 4,200 is reasonable?
Well, yes, because of the increased lodging. Like, they pay $96 a night for a hotel room. The hotel room was $164, so that's just a little over half. So since the hotel rooms are increasing and they're not increasing the match on that, and I always turn the checks back in, that is increasing. So
the net cost of you to go to a 3-day seminar could be as high as what? $700?
A 3-day seminar, well, most of them are 4 to 5 days.
Okay.
So that can be as high as like $1,400.
Net.
Oh, with the net, okay.
Net
so
of what they pay you?
$750 then, because the maximum that TAC will pay is $750.
Okay. And you think you'll go to more than 3 seminars a year?
Not major ones. It'll be 3. It could be 3 major ones.
Well, if you think
this year, I'm only attending 1 major one.
Well, it's not a big opportunity. It just seems that 4,200 is high. If it's just you going to those seminars, if you say it's good, I'll trust you.
Since if I do not go, if I don't see the need to go and do not go, like in 2019, $1,000 was not used. In 2020, I did not use, well, I only used 15.
Yeah, those were different years.
Yes. So, and then this year so far, it's been $375. It's going to increase whenever my budget reflects the summer conference that I just attended. As far as dues and bonds, I keep that at $1,250, even though that could be, it's only $125 for my annual dues, because the bond for the new 4-year clerk, whenever I came in the second year, that bond is so high, so that's left there. But if I don't use it, I never use anything except the year that I take office, for instance. Okay. So it's only $125. I mean, I guess my association could increase that to maybe $150, but I don't see it going. That's always a huge amount. Like right now, I've only used 10%. That's usually what I use on this $1,250. If you wanted to lower that, that would be fine, to maybe $150 on that one line item.
Oh, I'm not looking to save $100. I just, that's not going to make a difference. It would be $1,125 or $1,100 even. And in next year's budget, we would need to bump it back up. Just leave it be.
Okay. On the other expenses, I have not used that in 3 years, but if one of my staff's computer crashed and I didn't have any room in any of the other budgets, it would be nice. Or if I received an unfunded mandate from the state, which is not unreasonable to imagine that could happen, then I might need some of that money.
Okay. What about any of these other technology fee? I don't see any changes anywhere else except for archive fee.
On the county and district court tech budget, I share that with the district clerk. Let's see, in 2020, $89 was used. I had to buy a small camera for Zoom meetings with statutory probate judges. But that's all that's been used in 3 years. My income for my vital statistics at $1 per birth certificate that I sell, I anticipate that to be probably year to date. We are almost at what we budgeted that revenue at, and I think that even though I wrote down 3,000, I think it will exceed that. One of the reasons is because of the ransomware attack in Bowie County. We've had a lot of people pushed our way to get birth certificates for their driver's license. I know Bowie County's back up and running. I know the city of Texarkana, who is their local registrar, is not. She's not back up to speed yet, but so we're still getting some of that, but it has decreased a lot.
Yeah.
But
that
is one of the reasons for that kind of increase. That budget can only be used for supplies or vital statistics. In 2020, I placed a large order for vital statistic paper, and that's actually in the 2020 budget. This year, I've only spent like $191, just assorted supplies that are related to vital statistics, because we haven't had any conferences.
I think it looks real reasonable.
Okay. Of course, the archive fund is a dedicated fund that can, and I will present that like I usually do in July. These funds cannot be used for anything other than old historical records repair and preservation. And as far as additional court expenses, like Marcus is in, he is having, I don't expect that. Like use of the Civic Center for a jury trial or anything like that.
Yeah.
Although I guess it could be possible since our Justice Center is not available for jury trials. And I know they're...
Hopefully it will be by the start of this budget.
Correct.
Or pretty close.
So then that should not be a problem.
Yeah, I think that's safe. All right, Commissioners, any questions for Joan? Thank you, Joan. Very thorough.
Thank you, Ms. Joan. Thank you, Joan. Thank you for what y'all are doing. Y'all work hard. Appreciate you.
Brian, are you ready? Would you give us just a general update on your department and what's going to start changing compared to what we've gone through the last year? And, we don't know much about what goes on up there.
Well, last year, we had a lot of everybody working from home, all the COVID stuff. We came back online about 3 months ago. Everybody's in the office. Court ramping back up. We're a lot of hearings. We have the county attorneys usually handle all our cases in our 4 counties. Our DACAs We've got Marion County has a DACA, Morris DACA, and Camp and Titus are both county attorneys. But everybody's ramping back up, getting kids into court, which we did a lot of the Zoom stuff, but we're getting back face to face. We're doing a certification hearing right now in Marion County, which is face to face. The biggest problem that we had during this time was kids going to detention and talking to the other kids and saying, all you got to do is mention COVID, and everybody goes, go get them. Now, get them out of here. So I've always had about 5 contracts for detention centers. Now I have 11. And I have locked kids up all the way to Lubbock, Texas, to Dallas, to just got a contract Wichita Falls. So that's what's changed for us is this COVID and mental health with kids. All they have to do is say it and they want them out. So the biggest change has been getting into places like Dallas County, which I never thought in a million years I would have to get contracts with someone like Dallas and Lubbock County, but it saved our tail on some issues where, kids are trying to kill somebody and they're COVID positive, and my detention centers locally said, nope. And I just can't just let that go. So that's where we take a kid all the way to Lubbock, Texas. People they can't believe it. But when this started, everybody said, hey, you probably got to get some contracts further away. You never know. And
yeah, that's good.
I didn't know, but it worked out great. And it's also good to have friends in those counties too that, Lubbock County, they opened up a wing just for COVID cases. I had the first kid in there from Mount Pleasant. So that worked out pretty well for us. Other than that, I know last year we discussed the detention budget, and we did put it at $50,000. I'd like to keep that there this year. I've got no changes in my budget sheet at all. The reason I want to do that is because these kids with the mental health problems, and they're still COVID, it's still out there. Detention centers, just like the jail. I mean, that's the last thing they want in there is a big outbreak. With someone like Dallas County, it's $175 a day, but it's worth it because they have a psychiatric hospital. They have the full meal deal there. So when I have a kid that comes in and claims, and I've had numerous kids here lately that when they walk in that detention door, they're killing themselves. Everybody knows right now that's the first thing they'll say. Well, Dallas County, they have a psychiatric hospital. So somewhere like Gregg County is $85 a day. Dallas is $175, but I don't use them unless I have to on a case like that.
Yeah.
But that's one of the biggest things that the legislature's going to have to look at is mental health issues. I mean, it's been a nightmare. The kids, all they got to do is say it. And what's going on is I've got kids that, while they're in a psychiatric hospital, they're a criminal in there. But when they go to the detention lockup, they become a mental health case. They switch back and forth. It's a game they're playing, but I mean, we're trying to stay on top of it with contracts like Lubbock County and Dallas County, and that's increased transportation. That's increased time for officers being out on the road. But that's what's changed. It's not just your hey, get a call from the PD, lock this kid up for a burglary habitation in Gregg County. It's not that easy anymore. They want to know, does he have any mental health issues? Does he have any, what about COVID? It's been a nightmare. Hopefully it'll pan out. The COVID, I don't know where it's going. I mean, we're back to normal.
But you feel like you want to keep that detention budget at 50.
Yeah. We're there for a while. They weren't arresting kids. We weren't locking kids up. A lot of our detention centers weren't taking anything under a felony too. There weren't any times that we were locking kids up for probation violations. So we are at 26,000 right now out of that 50. But I see that going up, especially with the mental health stuff, with Dallas County and places like that, if I have to use them, that's double the price.
Well, you got 4 months left yet. You figure we'll end at 40,000?
I believe so.
Okay. You know, that's just a guess.
And my other counties, you know, Morris, Marion, and Camp, it can hit them just like it hit, you know, here. I mean, we've had $14,000 budget more, so we went to $48,000 one year, just because of the kid that stayed in there the whole year for a mental health situation. You never know.
No, you're right.
Every year is different. One county gets it worse than the other, but it's just, you never know. But I think it's, you know, like last year, I thought we'd take it back down to 35, but you suggested keeping it there, and I'm glad you did, because there are things coming up that it could be utilized.
All right, well, let's leave it the same. I don't know what coming out of COVID's going to do. I don't know that that's a driver or not, but I don't see the juvenile problem getting any better.
Yeah, and the mental health's not going away. I mean, it's, if we have to end up, if a kid's not, you know, able to withstand trial, he's a Chapter 55 kid that goes to Mahia State School, but for instance, that's where a kid that is not able to stand trial, that kid may stay in detention for almost up to a year to get his slot into Mahia State School. It happened 2 years ago to Morris County. Kid wasn't able to stand trial. He was waiting his 90-day. Whenever he went to Mahia State School, it's a 90-day assessment period. He waited 1 year to get that bed open to go in there. And it cost them $115 a day because he was in Harrison County. All my detention centers, they all charge something different. Cheapest one's Grant County, but they're also the strictest. You know, I've got kids that are too bad to be in there now. They're like, no, I'm not taking you in. Blows my mind. What? You're too bad for jail.
Have they lowered their standards or what?
No, they raised, I mean, well, they're protecting their product too. They're protecting, if something were to happen, a kid goes in there and he says that, and he actually does it on their watch, they're done. So, I mean, even if they even mention it, they're like, come get them. Because none of the local ones, Tom's not even taking anybody right now. They haven't taken anybody in over a year. They're just taking their own kids in Smith County.
What's the difference in your clientele today and 10 years ago?
Oh, mental health and family violence, just flat out kids fending for themselves. And it's, there's a lot of kids that are, you know, third generation, where it was the grandmothers taking care of them. Now those grandmothers aren't taking care of them, and the parents aren't doing it either. There's the drug abuse, just the family dysfunction. These poor kids, you know, we send them to placements and they do so well when they're in a structured environment and they're receiving 3 meals a day and they're getting to be a kid and go to school. They do awesomely well. And then when we have to release them, come back home into their environment, same path. Then I don't know how we can change that. The state of Texas wants to reunify families. Okay, sometimes it's not the best way to do it. If I can get a kid 16, 17 years old and get him out of placement and send him somewhere, like a Job Corps or somewhere, and get him off and start making a little money and seeing that there's something out there, they can make it. It's just that environment.
Okay, any questions for Brian? Okay. Tell me about, what is this hospital insurance figure here? $6,000. Is that an error? What is that?
I can tell you what that is, Judge.
Okay.
Do you mind if I speak? I'll tell you what that is. The juvenile, they reimburse us. Okay, let me back up. The juvenile salaries run through the county budget. And then we send money to the juvenile board for a portion of those salaries, as do all the other counties that participate with us. So when you see this in here, it's simply a timing issue. This just means that as of the date of this budget, he saw that $6,000 over there where we had to spend that, but it's just a timing issue from one month to the other. You're not requesting an increase in that?
No.
Yeah. I had the same question last year. That's why it was. If you see last year where it shows that we had those costs, those things came in, but we had already paid for those.
But why wasn't it in the 21 budget?
We don't need it in the 21 budget. It's not an extra expense to us. It's just different from one year to another. It's just timing.
Okay. So does it belong in this year's budget?
No, it does not.
Okay. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Brian.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Brian.
Okay, can we take a 5-minute break? All right, we ready? Yeah. All right, Jeff, welcome.
The only real change I have is on my utilities, my gas utilities. I would like to raise that to $3,400. And the reason is I'm not going to have money to fund that through this year. I've got $110 left in it right now. It's running about $156 a month right now. So I need to raise that gas up a little bit, and that's, other than that change there, that's really the only change I have on my budget. I'm going to leave the budget the same as it was last year. I would like to point something out to everybody though. Me and Terry's the only two at the shop that work in the maintenance department. We work solely off our cell phones. And if we're out in the field, we depend on our cell phones for communications and everything else. And I know the county pays some of the employees' cell phone bills, some of them don't get it paid, I understand that. But we would like to see some kind of reimbursement for using our cell phones.
Can we drop that phone line up there?
Yes.
We could drop one of them, yes. I got 2 lines. I got a fax line and a regular line, and we could drop, because we can still use the fax lines too. I mean, we can drop one of the lines, yes.
You do a lot of faxing? That you
Not
could,
really, no.
we could computer it and email. If you could drop both them landlines, man, it's just save us a ton of money.
They're getting so ridiculously expensive.
The only thing is the internet is what we use. Like our software runs off the internet.
Yeah.
And, I'm not saying we couldn't drop them, but we'd have to go to some other internet provider and get some kind of internet provider to run our software.
No, we need
You're on the same as Jeff,
we
aren't
need
you?
the internet provider.
Internet, y'all got that same line? We cut his phone off and his internet still works.
Well, it's a separate deal.
Oh,
You got DSL up there.
I didn't know.
You're not running like the old dial-up modems. We pay a separate internet fee.
Okay. That's the only thing is we can't do without it. It's the big thing.
I say, let's cut both them lines, pay y'all's cell phones to save us a good chunk of money.
What about fax?
We can scan it and email it.
I get a few fax, but I'm going to say probably 10, 12 faxes a year. We just don't get, if I could talk them into some other method.
How many people do you need to retrain that don't call the shop anymore, call my cell phone?
Everybody calls his phone.
There's some weird published numbers for that shop number.
So you
they call out there
the
for.
shop numbers, actually, if you look it up in the phone book, for any commissioner up here, it gives the same number for all 4 commissioners. Right.
Another thing, that book that comes out county-wide across the state, that county book has that maintenance building for all the commissioner numbers. It's in there, one of our numbers.
It's in there for every commissioner.
Well, you can.
I mean, it causes more trouble than it's worth.
Yeah, we get a lot of phone calls.
Well, if I can drop those 2 lines, I can afford to give y'all a cell phone allowance.
Yeah, I don't see why we couldn't. Like I said, I was just thinking about the internet being connected to one of them. But if we can keep, that's the only thing, is we have to have the internet to run the software we run.
Yeah.
It's internet-based software.
Bad with getting parts and stuff.
They use that.
So no, you got to
just run it, yeah.
I'm just talking about your 2 landline voice lines.
Yeah, yeah.
It's something we've been working on a couple of weeks. We just hadn't got to you yet, I guess.
Right.
So,
Okay.
Yeah, we can do that. I don't see a problem with it.
They
Really
hadn't cut mine off yet.
they hadn't got to you yet to ask you.
I told him, I said, what's
James is
James got
doing it. He's on
It'll
vacation.
be, it should be.
Well, I
sent.
told him, I said, I really don't need it, 'cause I don't have
It's been
anything.
off since last year.
And I just cut mine off because I had it forwarded to this phone. But
Barbara, why don't
need
you
it.
do that? Why don't you give them that cell phone allowance like you're giving these guys, and I'll have James drop those 2.
It's $40 a month a piece is what it is.
And that's really the only changes I got. Like I said, everything else
Yeah.
I believe the same. We just wanted to change that right there, that gas bill. Just needed funded.
Those phone lines are going up to 100 a line or
I
something.
don't know, 170.
170 a line.
That's just for basic. We don't.
I'll fax it for you.
Yeah, not including.
I'll go to Staples for you.
You ain't joking.
It's crazy.
Okay, Jeff, no equipment, no capital needs this year?
No, I don't have anything for this year at all. that
Nothing
we need
planned?
The capital outlay.
Nothing planned, nothing that you can think of?
No, not this year, we don't.
But I'm gonna tell you
We've got
that,
something we're working on for next year, but
that lift that we got for them has really helped a lot.
yes, the
It's
lift
nice.
has really paid for itself. We've done 6 transmissions, is that right?
I know 2 for me.
And we're doing the transmissions. You remember what it was, Jimmy? It looks like the cost of it?
Cost on it was $2,600.
I was thinking about
something for one.
$3,000 what we're doing for them. We was carrying them, having them done was spending between $8,000 and $9,000 a truck. And we've done 6 this year with that lift. So it's more than paid for
Yes, it
itself.
has.
Okay, good. Okay, Jeff, anything else?
She got a question.
That's all.
Yeah, Elizabeth?
Do you feel out sometimes the report presented to the commissioners and you want to
Yes. Yes. Oh, yes, yes, no, we have.
But you got to take in mind that the sheriff department, they do theirs. That the sheriff department comes first before anybody comes.
Yeah, we have 100, don't quote me on this number, it's like 175 pieces of equipment to work on. That's sheriff's cars, undercover cars, operators, stuff like that.
But that's their number one priority is when they come up, they have to get them out.
Yeah. Yeah, they come first. Anything else?
No, thank you, Jeff.
Thank you, Jim.
Mr. Jeff?
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Let me see if
See you later.
Holly
See you
might
later.
be available. We are running ahead. If you wanted to come over and start your budget presentation.
The judges, David Conley, and then others.
Is Jeff and John the only one to go Friday? Jeff's on his day change. His guys, or Jeff's got to pick his girls up.
Barbara, I won't have any changes on mine.
Okay.
And my mileage is running zero right now just because I turn it in annually. I don't know if I'm going to get a judge or Collie over here early or not. If you wanted to start talking about any of y'all's budgets or joint needs or things like that, why don't we flip over there? We could at least get started. Jeff, you want to comment on yours? Anything we need to know about?
No, everything looks the same on mine. Of course, I'm...
Well, look here. He got my message.
Oh, you're fast.
Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate it.
That's quick.
Short and sweet.
See you next year.
See you next year.
That's the hot seat, Dave. We've got it buttoned up here. If you ask for too much,
Well, we've gotten an earful of complaints from the district clerk this morning that you're dumping way too much work on him.
Well, the work's there, so you got to do what you got to do.
Well, he's gotten so quiet. I thought we had solved crime.
Yeah, well, but crime and ice cream consumption go up in the summer, I guess.
How is your office coming along?
I understand that Tuesday and Wednesday a crew's coming in to do a deep clean, and then we could probably start moving in Thursday and Friday.
Next week.
All right. Hopefully. Construction being what it is, we'll see. But
good.
It looked good yesterday.
Yeah,
over there. Yeah.
It's looking
Paint's
good.
really nice. The cabinets are nice.
Yeah.
I like that. Just needs a good cleaning.
Yeah, it just needs to be cleaned, and I guess I got to put the hardware on the drawers. And Bobby Joe Spearman, it has the knob, it has the doorknobs and stuff that he's getting ready. And
it's not installed yet?
Not installed yet. He may not know that they finished. He wasn't going to do it until after they stained the doors. So that way, I mean, obviously, makes it a little easier that way. But he was here last week some, and then maybe the week before.
Okay. Does he need to be contacted?
He might need to be. And I don't.
Well, let me write his number down. I'll let you call him and you can tell him that whatever you think he needs to be ready for.
I'm ready.
563-1903.
Okay.
All right. Welcome and thanks for being here.
I'm not really asking for anything more. It's going to be more because we budgeted on a 9-month part of the fiscal year last time, right. And then we knew it was going to be that situation. I do have an ADA who is starting July the 2nd at the $70,000 a year salary. Her name's Nicole Stevenson. She's prosecuting in Denton County right now.
Nicole Stevenson?
Yes. She's prosecuting in Denton County. Her husband has ties to, I guess, to Upshur County. I think he's got family in Midway. And so he's at a position where he can retire and come back here and do something. I think he's a fireman, a registered nurse, maybe a peace officer as well, I'm not sure. But so anyway, so she wants to prosecute and is looking forward to coming back here. So we will have that spot filled. and it hadn't been filled up to this point, and so we've saved some money there, just over this 5 months, 6 months that we anticipated maybe having to spend. So anyway, I'm not asking for anything extra except for that other 3 months difference that we knew was coming, assuming those spots were filled. I think I wrote it on your sheets, kind of the breakdown. Okay, so if we total up the expenses for a full fiscal year of the office expenses, that's $206,957. The state supplement that comes to my office is $27,500. That did not change.
That really just is for you, if they don't consider any.
Right. It's for me, and I can use it for supplies or to compensate for staff. And so what we're doing is I'm just turning that over to the county to knock off from the top, from that 206 or 207,000 figure. So that leaves with 175,457, and 30% of that, let's say we charge that to Camp County, that's 52,000. Then that leaves for the 70%, 122,800 for Titus County. I think we budgeted, if I'm looking at this correctly, and tell me if I say this wrong, but I think that's about 30 grand more than we anticipate, than we had.
I think that's about right.
I've talked to AJ, to Judge Mason. You know, when they came up with that money, what they were wanting from me was to move cases so that they weren't spending money housing inmates in Franklin County. They've gone from 14 or 15 or 17 inmates over there to 1. So they're pleased. I talked to him about that there could be a little bit of increase, either just from these figures here, or if there happened to be any amount of raise for employees. And he was on board with coming up with some more money to cover their portion of whatever that increase might be, if any. So that's really it. Now we do have
that'll put your staff for the budget year at 4 people,
counting me
total.
Yes, I'll have 2 legal assistants and an assistant DA, so there'll be 4 of us in the office. That's that's what we need. That's what we talked about. That's what we talked about last year at this time.
You had also, I think you had talked about, in a perfect world, 5 total, including an investigator.
Right.
And I'm not encouraging you to, let's go ahead and get that 5th person, but tell me, how do you anticipate being able to run? I know you're running at a pretty hot pace right now. Do you think you can do that with these 4 people?
Well, it's just going to happen. Erica and Yolanda are, they are not messing around. Everybody sees that. They're not coming in and, goofing off or, anytime, John, anytime you come in, his nose to the grindstone, they're not wandering around.
Back because they're digging into something.
Yeah. And I think ideally an investigator would help, but I'm not asking for that this time, and it may be hopefully I won't ever have to. I don't know. I feel like with this staff we'll be making, we'll continue to make the progress we're making, and even more so with the assistant DA. There's plenty of things that it would help to have an investigator to do, but I'm not, I'm not too proud, and my assistant DA is not going to be too proud to go through that file and pick up the phone and try to, make those calls and chase down witnesses and that sort of thing. and do the, a lot of stuff an investigator could do.
Okay, thank you.
The only other thing, and maybe this is something I need to talk with Barbara about, I didn't put anything on here, but on our forfeiture account, budget-wise, do we need to earmark, just to have it earmarked so that if we have to spend forfeiture money on something, whether it's furniture or something that I don't, that's not necessarily budgeted, so that we don't have to come back and ask for a budget amendment so that all the codes come up.
We do need to do that.
Is it okay to say maybe 10,000 on miscellaneous expenses and that covers everything? And maybe 5,000 on office?
Okay.
Is there anything else that you think we might
You think
need to-
computers? Here's what we did last year. We went ahead and budgeted the bulk of those funds, basically all of them that we thought was going to be available, and then you could use those as you needed to. You only spent basically $13,000 of that. And one of those was law books that you and I didn't talk about. So do you want to budget all of it and just have it available at any time?
The only reason we spent that, so law books, for example, Chuck had a separate Westlaw account. Well, the county has a Westlaw account. So after, once January started, I canceled that. Good. It was a 60-day, after you cancel, whatever. So we had to pay January and February on that, at whatever it was, $400 a month or something. That was an expense that Chuck used to pay out of the forfeiture account. There were some paper books that he would get as well. I canceled those that are entirely unnecessary for me. So I don't know.
Okay.
Hopefully I'm not having to touch forfeiture money at all, because it's still not coming. I mean, nothing's changed on that. It's just, for whatever reason, it's dried up.
Why is that? I think you've told us that before, but tell me again.
At one time, you had, and this would be, 2010, 2012, you had Winfield Police Department working the interstate, probably mostly for their own existence. The Mount Pleasant Police Department was on the interstate. They were also doing drug interdiction and on the buses that go from, through here on the way to Mexico and back. And then DPS was on the interstate. Now that the loop is here, there's a lot of traffic monitoring that needs to happen there, and maybe they're on the interstate less. Mount Pleasant, they make their priority is for whatever calls they need to make in the city, and they do that. They're not on the interstate a whole lot. They do get up there some, and we have a case from a month ago where they got a pound of meth off the interstate. Of course, Winfield's defunct. So there's just not that much happening.
Procedural changes in law enforcement.
Yeah. I thought that it was, might have something to do with electronic currency and cartels being able to move money that way. I'm not sure. That may just be speculation on my part. There still may be cash going up and down the interstate, but I feel like that the police department has an eye on broadening that, but that's not something that can just flip a switch on to make that happen. So.
Okay, just curious.
The other thing, and I kind of alluded to this, but I didn't come out and say it, if there were employee raises across the county, I'd want my folks to get those in however that's done, if it's done.
All right. What's that change there to hospital insurance? Why just 6,000 bump up in the budget?
This is the original budget that we're working under now for 2021 is for 9 months, and that just brings it to 12 months. Three more months.
So just three employees there in that number?
It's just 3 more months.
I see what you're asking. I don't know the answer. Okay, so we budgeted, yes, because we would have budgeted for 4 employees as well. I just didn't have that 4th employee until a few weeks from now. So we budgeted last year with the anticipation, I think, of an ADA and
See, I keep thinking this has got yours on there and it doesn't.
Correct.
Okay, that's where I'm mixed up.
Although it'd be nice to get back to the county issue. It's better.
Oh, it is?
It is.
Huh.
You would think the legislature would take care of themselves. Better than TAC takes care of it.
Well, we are certainly pleased at your progress over there. I sure will be glad when you're in those new quarters. I think it'll enable y'all to function more efficiently. I'm very glad you've got Nicole coming. I'm sure excited to hear the new grand jury and all the cases you're moving through there. I mean, people are happy about this.
Well, I am glad we're getting back to in-person court. We had a jury trial last week, first one since the shutdown. So kind of feel like you're getting more back to real life.
You don't know anything about OCA and their intentions here in the next few months?
I don't know. I would hope they'd follow the governor's lead and just let us do what we need to do. I believe until August 1st, we're still under restrictions as far as having to space out jurors and that sort of thing, and have our jury selection with the big crowd spread out in the Civic Center. It worked just fine, but it'll be nice to get back if the OCA will let us.
Yeah. Right.
Judge Lee, I have one question. Do you mind?
Sure.
Marcus did give us a big list of the increased indictments and the work that your office is putting out. How long do you think it's going to take you to get to where you're really just working on the current cases?
For the most part, what's been presented to the grand jury up to this point includes last year's cases. But I went back and just counted about what's coming up for the grand jury here in another couple of weeks when they reconvene. We're already to 30. So if that pace keeps up, I anticipate, 60 or 70 being presented to the grand jury. That's not a different number than what's been presented. We've been presenting anywhere from 70 to I think we got close to 100 one time that were presented. So I don't, and that could just be summertime and just the rise in temperature and people quit behaving right. So I feel like as far as getting cases indicted, I think we pretty much covered last year's.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you,
sir.
Appreciate it.
Judge Ralston, Judge Saucier, welcome.
Thank you.
Come on up.
Y'all want to sit down or stand up?
Take a seat, relax.
Yeah, we're both on the Okay. Do the commissioners have that little sheet you worked up? Okay. Appreciate y'all seeing us. We're here to request an increase in pay for our bailiff, Ken Wilson. And to kind of set the stage for that, I have touched base with the other district judge's office in other counties to get you an idea about what they do and what they furnish, what their courts have to have in order to furnish to operate properly. Upshur County. In Upshur County, there is a full-time court coordinator who does, sets all the cases and all that. And this is for basically 2 counties. The district judge there, I share Marion County with him. He's down there 2 months out of the year, and I'm there, I think, 3 or 4.
They also furnish a full-time bailiff that sits in the office with the district judge. And of course, that provides security, and also they have a full-time bailiff at all times in their court facility, at least one manning the deal checking guns and so forth. And when they have court, they have two. Now, with regard to Sulphur Springs, there is a court coordinator, and they have a bailiff on site. They always have a bailiff somewhere on the court facilities. Of course, whenever they have court, the bailiff comes in the courtroom, and they'll bring other bailiffs over to fill in. But there's a court coordinator that handles the business for them. And then in Paris, Texas, they have a court coordinator, and there is a bailiff always present in the courtroom, in the courthouse with them. And, you know, there'll be 1 to 2 of them there whenever they hold court. Texas County is virtually the same thing. Wood County, Judge Saucier is very familiar with Wood County because that's where she practices, my understanding. I know there's a court coordinator because whenever I used to have to go down there and try to call and set a case, you had to talk to the court coordinator and show up for trial, and there's one or several bailiffs there for trial. 4?
2 upstairs with the judge and 2 downstairs with
Okay, so they got, the bottom line on this whole thing is, and I've kind of visited with the judge's offices about what we do, and Mr. Wilson, Ken, is our court coordinator. He is setting cases for 2 judges. I've got 4 counties. Judge Saucier's got 3. He's doing all that work for us. I mean, he stays at it. And then also, when we're holding court, whether it be jury trials, non-jury days, and so forth, he's there in court. He's got to be there with us. And so the bottom line is, Mr. Wilson needs to be compensated for what he does, the real value of what he does for the county. And, you know, if we were like these other counties, which are kind of similar to us, we would have the full-time bailiff and we'd have a court coordinator, which would mean that would cost you, you know, pretty sizable chunk of money just to have a court coordinator. And he furnishes all of this for us and does a good job. You know, he takes care of our business and nobody complains about that. And I will also say this, sometimes, you know, he's on call because if I got a question, I'll call him on the weekend and ask him. And so he's got a computer and he's messing around and he can pull up where our schedule is and we're going to know what's going on the next week, which county is in. So that's my observation about Mr. Wilson. And I believe the auditor, we requested that she give you some figures, which we talked about, and I think is really very, very reasonable compensation for Ken Wilson based on the value that the county gets for his services. Okay.
If I could just add, with COVID, I usually loud enough that everybody hears me anyway. So with COVID, we added Zoom hearings, and Ken has been running all of our Zoom hearings. He sets them all up, he sends out the Zoom link, and while we're doing the hearing, he's running, and he's letting everybody in, he's moving them to break rooms if we need them, he's running the hearings for us. So he's doing that. So he's essentially, over this past year, been doing the jobs of 2 or 3 people. And in all the other counties that are like us, where you're multi-jurisdictional, generally each of the judges have their own coordinator. It's not just one that they share. Also, the associate judges that are under us have their own court coordinator now. We're essentially the only ones that don't, and we've been using Ken like that without giving him the proper salary for it. And so that's why we're asking for an increase for him rather than 2 new positions for coordinators for us.
How do we know what the proper salary is? Right now, his salary is $46,000.
Barbara, do you want to talk about this?
Yeah, without going into great details about the court coordinators, you're going to be paying one if we hire one, probably about starting off about $40,000.
I mean, when she looked, it was closer to 50.
50? Yeah, Barbara did some research on that.
But he's not just working as a coordinator, he's still doing the security and he's still doing the background work as well.
That's right. So the bottom line, you're getting a lot of work out of Ken Wilson. He's just flat not being compensated properly for it.
Barbara, could you speak to where the funds were going to come from and how you calculated what you thought would be?
Judge Lee, you're right. The current salary for Ken Wilson is $45,927. I've done some research. I was told that when he was a deputy sheriff, and so his pay was based on that. And now that through the years, the deputy sheriffs have had raises that he's not gotten because he's in a different position. So when we looked at the different salaries, the highest paid deputy sheriff we have is $25.18 an hour currently. And this request that the district judges are bringing to you, where I did the research for them, is at $25 an hour. So it's not quite as high as a deputy sheriff, but it's right there. It just keeps the things in line that were set when Ken first moved from a deputy into the bailiff position.
Okay. Thank you.
There are some other things within the budget here that are going to need to increase. Judges, we discussed yesterday about the court reporter expense. I believe you're aware that the current contract is only until September 30th, and Judge Lee asked me to go ahead and increase that by 25% because she has said that, Ms. Meeks has said that, she's going to charge us now for her travel time back and forth, and then decision whether or not to keep her or do something else would be something that y'all would need to decide, with the court. But we are going to go ahead and increase that cost by 25% just to cover
And that's
that, to make
just,
sure that you
I'm
have-
just throwing a dart at this deal. I am hoping that we're going to learn how to utilize any coordinator, whether any interpreter, whether she sticks with us or not after the end of the year. We're kind of in a get to know her mode right now through the end of this year. And then if she's told us if her company, if we like her, she likes us, we continue to work with them, we're going to start paying them their regular full rate to travel, hour and a half each way. So we're talking about adding on about $300 every time they come up here on top of their regular wage. So I don't know how to budget that at this point. I don't want to come up short. But I sure hope we figure out a way to be efficient with those out-of-town people time, or that we find somebody else here locally that can do that job. But bringing them in and paying for travel time, as we're going to likely do with any company that we hire, is going to make this even more expensive.
One thing I want to throw out there, you can anticipate we're going to be having more court. Because Mr. Collins ready to try some cases, we're going to get them moved. Ms. Meeks translated some of the needed on these procedures, so you can anticipate that situation.
And that certainly makes sense. Again, I just ask for efficient utilization would be, our encouragement, and making the most of them when we're bringing them up here.
Non-jury days, we'll try to get the lawyers to schedule as best we can, which we've tried to do in the past. But when it comes to jury cases, jury selection, we've got to be there for that. Got to have every time we pick a jury, because we got to make a little announcement to the panel to make sure we get someone, we don't get someone on the jury panel that's appropriate. And then we have that case where a translator is needed, you have to be there every day and sticking with us.
Yeah.
It's required.
Now, again, I understand that, but when possible, get the most number of working hours out of them we can when we drag them up here from Tyler. Because as you know, the pickings are slim when it comes to interpreters that are going to be available to us. And eventually, I sure would like for y'all to maybe be thinking about the concept of hiring a full-time salaried individual that would work for nobody but perhaps Camp and Titus, or only Titus. I don't know what that would look like.
Well, we'd be happy to discuss it with you. I think we talked about that in the past. I believe so.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
I mean, is that something that you see could be a workable deal, to have somebody full-time work for the county?
Well, I think the proposal, as I recall, was a full-time interpreter would handle JVs, what you need in county court, all the courts, and periodically go to the jail, because these lawyers, if they need to talk to their client, they got to be able to visit with them in jail before they come to court and having trials. So the interpreter does that too. So, you're talking about maybe that would be something to consider.
Any downside to that?
Downside?
Any downside to having, as opposed to utilizing these out-of-town interpreter services, if we had a full-time employee who was available to you and to this county exclusively, would that be a better situation than relying on somebody? Well, yeah, they'd have to get fully certified. I understand that. But I sure would like to be able to count on that in the near future.
I mean, I think that would be good. The problem we had is when we sent proposals, there was nobody locally that,
She couldn't find anybody.
So if we did, sure, I think it would be a good thing.
Well, I don't think there was anybody that made a proposal because nobody was certified, and you couldn't get any certification because they weren't doing any classes.
Right.
But, this might be a position that would have to be sold to somebody. If you identified the right person, I don't know how you cross paths with that person, but if you could identify the right person in this community with the proper work ethic that had, true 100% bilingual skills that would be willing to take the certification courses, I think it would be a great job opportunity for them. I think it'd be a great opportunity for us. The demands for that interpreter in the JP's office and in my court is slim to none. So it would be primarily for you all to utilize them, and for the attorneys, go to the jail. I don't know. I don't know enough about it to say that's what you need to be doing, but I would sure support a move like that. I think you could pay them a decent salary, a good salary. And
If the Commissioners Court wants us to explore that and get back on and start thinking about it again, let us know. But as it is right now,
I think we would support that. Anybody don't think that's a good idea?
Yes.
That doesn't mean get it done tomorrow, but it just means know that we're open to that. We don't know what the salary figure would be there, but I think bottom line, you'd save a lot of money, and I think you could develop a relationship with somebody that you really were close to, that you knew you could count on through thick and thin, and was available to you without compromise.
We will get the assistance of an auditor to help us out with that, and we'll start looking at the report back to you.
She's a headhunter too. I didn't know that. All right.
I do have a suggestion, just right off the bat. I know because I come from school districts, you have all those teachers who now in Titus and Camp County are bilingual certified. The ones who are truly bilingual certified have to pass an oral exam before a state board. So when they have that certification, they've got the Spanish portion of that wrapped up. Now, they don't have any certification like y'all are looking for, but they do have real Spanish. So that would be easier. They'd have that half of that done and then have to learn the court processing.
That's the issue right there, because in the venue we operate in, that's not like being in school.
No.
You've got lawyers objecting and, witnesses testifying and all this rigmarole going on, and it's just not like being in the class.
And I think the right person's going to have court experience. So rather than thinking about hiring a teacher, in the legal world, somebody that was bilingual, that's worked for an attorney or has worked in, courtroom situations, that would have a little bit of it. They'd still need to get formal training and get that formal certification, but, that might put them miles ahead of anybody else if they had that experience. Maybe a legal assistant, somebody that worked for an attorney. So I don't know, just be thinking about that. You're exposed to a lot of different people. And there's nothing wrong with going out and snatching them.
All right. Thank y'all.
Thank y'all.
Thank y'all. Appreciate y'all.
Y'all got for us?
No, we appreciate the uptick in the level of business over there. Any idea what OCA is going to do as far as making you have activities going on at the Civic Center?
You know, some counties are getting it's going on and on. Not real comfortable with that yet. We're keeping an eye on it, checking with the other counties. And so it looks like we're going to be able to get back to normal, start picking the court with me. That's what I want to do. So, you know, we listen to what OCA said, watch the little guys that they come down with, maybe a lot of it does.
Do you have adequate audio-visual aids in Courtroom B for jury selection?
Yes, sir.
You do? Okay.
Yeah, it's got good business. I had to check that out.
Your TV can be used for presentations and things like that?
If we try and case over there, we would use it.
But for board ire and stuff like that, or
for lawyers talking, you know.
Okay.
Basically what happens. But, you know, Mr. Colley's been there, and there's good business. Everybody can be heard.
Your Courtroom A, same thing, it's adequately? All right.
Good deal. Good deal.
Yeah, sometimes we had an expert coming off the case and stepping in off the testify, he fell right flat on his face. Yeah, we've had, because that, you know, the steps, you know, he was told to watch it, he wasn't watching. Sometimes they go or stumble. The jury box is tight. It takes them a while to do it.
The district attorney is hopefully going to be moving into new quarters. Any talks about what's going to become of his old space?
I think we had, Judge Saucier would like y'all to consider letting her have her office in there, which would be good, because we're pretty cramped where we are right now. She's got a space that's not very big at all right there, you know, but it's 10 by 10, so it's not a good place. So that would be a good thing to do for that location, and set up good, has the right entrance, you know, where we can get the doors.
Are there other demands for that? Are there other people that are sniffing that space out? I really don't know.
Haven't heard anything about that.
No.
You know, it works in good with security. You know, she's there working, and I'm in court, vice versa. We still got a secure location for her, because the outside door will be locked.
Okay. Well, we'll talk about that as we.
Good. Thank y'all.
Okay. Thank you.
Cleaned up.
Thank y'all. Thank y'all.
Thank y'all.
Judge Lee?
Yes, ma'am.
Marcus Carlock has one more request.
What? What you got?
If I can ask, if I do get rid of that extra employee, I necessarily did factor in the cost of desk and maybe computer equipment, so if I can add an extra 5,000 to that office expense from 10 to.
Where do you have to, you've got space to put them, right?
We'll make space. It's going to be a tight fit. I'm just going to have desks and computer equipment, things like scanners. So, and I do try to outsource some of that stuff. You know, the desk that I have in my office came from, I think, David's space downstairs, and there were some scanners that I did get from other departments that weren't using them. But if I can't get those from other departments, then I have to be able to get it.
Yeah, no, I think that's reasonable. But you do have space within your confines right now to put that fourth person?
Right, yes.
Okay, you hadn't been thinking about expanding out beyond your office to put another person?
I mean, I don't know what I would expand. I mean,
Well, that's why I was asking about that space where Collie was coming out of.
I mean, do we know what the plan is for that anyway?
I'm asking y'all. I don't have any plans.
David's old office, so
Judge Saucier was wanting to use it. So.
But I mean, I have room in my office, and we have, you know, we'll accommodate.
Okay.
If I do need a few extra supplies or whatever.
Well, how much are we talking about?
5, just adding 5 to the 10 on office expenses.
And that would cover desk,
computer,
furniture, supplies,
right.
computer, scanner, printer.
Right. Some of that I'm sure to take out of the tech fund forward.
If they're doing that, if that's the technology piece of that, yes,
Right.
Absolutely. Yeah, and that's already set up.
I do try to utilize what I have, or at least outsource it from other departments, but if I can't get it, then obviously I have to.
Okay, yeah, let's do that, Barbara. Please, ma'am.
So from the 10 to 15.
And that's just 1 year, right?
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thanks again.
Judge Lee, did you have a question?
Told you going to toss him, come back the third time.
Are you? Judge Lee, I do have a couple of things for the district judges. Remember, we increased and court approved the increase to the CPS attorneys. That was a budget amendment that we had this last time.
Yeah,
So
that was not our decision. That's
right. So that has increased, and the other thing that's increased is, and that changed in April, and October 1st, that will change for the court-appointed attorneys for adults. So I just wanted to bring that to you.
You know how to quantify that?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
They instructed me, so I have numbers, but I wanted to bring that to your attention.
Okay. Okay, let's get back to start with Commissioner Parchman there on page 65.
So I'm not asking for any more money on mine. What I have done is swapped a few line items around to increase my road material budget, but everything else pretty much stays the same. But I'm not asking for nothing else.
So you pull that out of seminars and what else?
Seminars and steel wheel roller that Al had budgeted in there. That was about $5,000, and then gravel and rock, it was $5,500. I just assumed to have it in road materials so it's less confusing.
Do you think you're going to, I know you're just getting into the summer. Are you going to come close to spending your road materials budget this year?
Let's see. I think it's going to be too close to call. I don't really know for sure yet. I mean, like I say, it's 5 months into it, but I mean, I think it's going to be, I don't think we need to do anything with it. I think we need to leave it the same for right now.
Well, no, I'm just asking about I'm not talking about changing next year, but how, you've only spent $51,000, you still have 4 months in the hardest working months of the year.
Right, yeah, and I got a lot of roads to chip seal and overlay with some asphalt. Of course, we've had a lot of rain and haven't really been able to do much. It's just now starting to get hot where we can actually get out and do some road work. So I think it's going to be pretty close.
Do you anticipate any equipment needs that we don't have budgeted? I sure would like to budget any equipment needs this year if we're going to have any.
Right now, I think all my equipment's in pretty good shape. I don't see having to have any right now.
Any shared equipment that you're going to encourage these guys to buy?
No, right now, I think we're sitting pretty good as far as I'm concerned.
Okay, what's your thoughts on a new hauler truck?
A new haul truck, the Peterbilt we got right now, I think it's in great shape.
Do we need another one?
The other one is.
Oh, you talking about the International?
Oh, International.
Well, yeah, I can see that one. That's been around for a long time, and it's had a lot of issues with it, so, I mean, I could see doing one there, so we can have two reliable ones.
We can't hardly get parts for it.
Yes, so I would agree to that.
I just figure that's going to be a common theme here, and we've been putting it off for a bunch of years.
Yes, and it's.
I would encourage it. I think it'd be a good
We've
thing.
had, worked on that truck and had the air conditioner box. We had to get it from a salvage yard from some other state because they don't make those.
What is it, an International?
Mm-hmm.
How old is it?
It's 50 years? I don't know. It's old. It's, 50 years, that thing.
Okay, Jeff, thank you.
What's this, let's see, that lateral road expense, state gas? What is that? It's on everybody.
Tax. That's a tax that we have to pay, and they notify us and tell us how much it is, and I think the state's been behind on that.
Okay, well,
But if you look
like I
at your
said,
budget,
yeah.
you have a revenue of that, $5,000. So this year we took in $5,758, and we got that money sitting there to pay should they request us to do that.
I know it's on the line item, it's $5,000 on that 331.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, it hadn't been used in.
Right.
So,
right, but it's there in case they call us.
Yes, okay.
Yes. I do need to call one thing to y'all's attention. If you'll turn back one page to page 64. And Jeff, since you're Commissioner 1, we'll just use you. You get to be the guinea pig on this. And it's on all the commissioners' budgets. If you look at your revenue, this is your revenue page. You see down there where it's got $14,250. All of you have that budget amount in your current year's budget. That's where we closed out Fund 19. You will not have that in next year's budget. So if your numbers have stayed the same, like Jeff did with his, he left those the same, those numbers are going to have to be reduced by the $14,250. And generally what we do in that case is we take that out of your largest item, other road materials. Because remember, that's a one-time amount when we closed out Fund 19. There was some money left over there. And that's why you had more this year than what you will have next year, if everything else stays the same.
Do all of y'all expect to burn through your current year's budget for road materials, even though we've had such a wet spring?
I think even more so.
Yeah, I'm going.
Yeah, major
I'm
repairs.
anticipating
Okay.
if things hold together.
I was hoping you was going to say you'd have some to roll over.
Do I have any money to roll over, Barbara?
It just depends on what you do between now and the end of the year. You know, I don't know whether you will continue to have any.
Like I said, I just need probably road material.
Uh-huh.
Do I have any money anywhere else that's?
No, to make up that 14,000, no, there's not anything else like that.
Okay, thanks for pointing that out.
So on this international hauler that we might replace, what's the cost of a new one? What's a ballpark if we're going to try to put this in here?
We wouldn't even think about a new one.
Okay.
New one would be way out of our range.
Well past 100,000.
So what's a used, what amount should we put in the budget to cover that, is my question.
May depend on how new you want to go with it.
I don't know. I figure
Tell
somebody's
Jeff.
going to bring this up. Maybe they've got
Jeff
an
knows.
idea. I don't know.
I don't know either.
We can probably get something in the 50 to 60 range. I think this Peterbilt cost us, I think it was right at 60 is what it was.
International, it needs to go to the junkyard.
Yeah.
Or get somebody hurt.
Everybody supports a replacement haul.
Yeah, we don't even drive that truck anymore.
Yeah, nobody wants to get in it.
So will we sell it at auction?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
You won't get much.
No, you won't get much for it.
Do we need a trailer to go with it, or are we okay on that?
We really need to inspect the trailer. We had a liner put in it 2 years ago, and that's the second or third one that's been put in it. I was looking on Auctioneer Express the other day. They had one on there that was a little newer than ours for, I think it went for $4,800. So, you know, a trailer would be a minor expense compared to the truck, but you could probably add another 5 to that and get a truck and trailer.
Would you want a tanker? Would you rather have a tanker?
No, we use that end dump a lot.
Yeah, I know it.
And you're looking at, from what they're telling me now on the tanker, you're looking at anywhere from 14 to 25.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Okay. Yeah, it's time for a new truck.
Elizabeth?
A new used one.
Yes, on that international call, I just did a quick Google, and 2009 international caller was 152 done. So what year model are you looking at? This international caller, how many miles, how many used to be, so you're talking, 2009 with,
Elizabeth, I don't have any idea. We just now broached the subject. We know what we paid for the last truck that we bought. Peterbilt paid about $60,000 is what he said. I don't think anybody here wants an international.
It's probably got 300-something thousand miles on it. It's got quite a bit of miles.
We wouldn't look at an international. That's what the old one was.
That's what the old one is.
But like I said, you can't get any kind of, you have to wait 5 to 7 days to get any kind of special parts. And then that air conditioner box, and Jeff got it, and it was broken. We had to rig it where it would work, and it's.
We're just talking about a replacement one, though.
Right. Yeah.
We wouldn't consider an international.
No.
Probably another Peterbilt or a Freightliner, something of it.
Do you think that 70, 75 would be a safe zone?
Yes, sir. I think so.
I want to be able to do it. I want to be able to do it for whatever we budget for.
Yeah.
I think
75 would be
getting on one, but
be good, and that would give enough to get truck and trailer probably.
it just really all depends. You can find trucks all day long, $30,000, $40,000, just depending on how many miles you want them. But heck, for a diesel, 300,000 miles ain't nothing.
No, that's nothing.
They're just now getting broke in real good as far as that goes. So
it's not snowball.
Well, let's just set a number in at 75 there while we're talking about this. Commissioner Fitch.
We're going to earmark it for trailer and truck.
Yeah.
End dump. Make a motion.
Well,
do that. We need to make a motion. We're just talking about it, to write it down. Okay. I'm good. We can start doing some homework on it anyway. Okay, on my budget, I had some rental equipment on there. I won't need that. I'm moving that to road materials. Everything else is pretty much the same, and then minus the $14,250. Of course, I didn't do that till just now, which I'd already moved that $7,500 out of rental. So I'm good with what we've got right there.
Okay, where is that rental line?
465.
You're putting 0 in there?
Yeah, I'm not gonna need any rental.
Okay. And you bumped all of that up?
Into road oil and anything extra I can move, I put in road oil and road materials. I'm pretty sure this year what I'm trying to do is use all my road material up in this year's budget, and I'm gonna pay my last payment. I already paid one payment on it, on that equipment we bought when I first went in office, so I'll pay my payment off a year early. I hope I pay it in about 2 months, pay that payment, so it'll be clear for when we start the new budget. And next year, I'm excited. I'll have a full budget. I won't have a equipment payment in it. So
How much has that been?
$72,000 a year. And that was for a brand-new International dump truck, a brand-new Ford 130 horsepower side cutter tractor, and a brand-new New Holland backhoe. So that's what I needed when I went in office. So I don't anticipate any new equipment that I'm going to need in my precinct. So that's a good thing.
And your oil, tell me, I'm trying to figure out how you're making up this increase there to road oil and other materials.
Okay. The 70, what was it I had in
it's
contingency?
the capital outlay.
Yeah, capital outlay was 70, I have to look for it. 73,334. That was for my payments of the equipment I had to have when I come in office. When I entered office, I didn't have a backhoe. I just had one dump truck. And I had a side cutter tractor that was just about gone. And the first hour we used it, it broke in half. So no, we borrowed, several of us had to have monies to start over, and I borrowed it from the county at 0 interest, and I paid it in, I set it up in 4 payments, which I'll have them paid off this year in 3 years instead of 4 years. Yes, it had to come out of my budget. I mean, I had to budget it and work around it all these years, so. 73,334.
What was in that capital outlay there, that of the 44,000? What all's been in that?
I had a broom I bought, sweeper broom, that was $24,000, and I bought a $12,400 international steel wheel roller. And what I moved money into that as I found them and bought them last year. Pretty sure that was all that I had in that capital outlay. Can't remember buying anything else big.
You're not needing any equipment?
No, shouldn't need any.
Good.
We'll be in good shape for a while.
Good.
Because if I do need something, I borrow it from one of the other guys. I mean, we help each other a lot. It really works out good if you need extra dump truck. I was thinking, this is just between us guys. So you don't have a payment for equipment. Yours got paid off. Yours is paid off.
Mine, how much?
You paid your backhoe?
Not much. It don't like much, so.
Yeah. And then Jimmy, you paid your. I bought that equipment a while ago. You paid it off.
It's paid off.
Paid it in full. So we're doing good as far as the payment wise on equipment. That's a great thing.
We need a rest.
Yeah, it helps get more on that road, more money on that road. That's good.
All right. Anything else, John?
That's it.
Barbara? How much was it, Barbara? How much on that backhoe?
Let me get the right page here. One more. $23,625.
That's supposed to be done right there.
23.6.
23.6 and some change.
Okay. It's on that second.
So Judge Lee, can I go over kind of a broad view of this?
Sure.
Okay, Commissioners.
Okay.
If you start with your current revenue budget of $740,000, you take off the $14,000 from the transfer in from the old unit road system, you'll have $726,500 to spend. So from that, we'll take the 75 and divide that evenly. But what you currently have in your budgets was $770,000. Now I'm looking at John's, his does have that current payment in there. But keep in mind that last year we set aside $50,000 should you have any rollover and fund balance from prior years. Do y'all want to do that again?
To me, it was useless. I mean, I wasn't going to touch it anyway, and then I just waited till after the audit was over with. And what that is, y'all, is that rollover money. If there's stuff tied up in our employee benefits, part-time workers, oddball utilities, anything that we don't spend down to the nickel, we get our money back because we're road and bridge, because that tax money is made for road department. So that'll be audited in January. We find out that we got $50,000 left over, 100. We'll get it back. So we're not going to touch that early in the budget anyway. So I would just wait and see after the audit and move it over. I know my first year I got 112,000 rolled over. Last year I had 186. So that gave me a big plan for this year to pay that last payment off, plus a little bit more road material to put out this summer to get ready for chip seal. Then we'll chip seal and go from there. Another thing, I'll just tell y'all kind of know my thinking anyway, because what I'd like to do, since we got that road grant this year, I do have some chipping I need to do, and then I got some roads in the nearby area I done bought gravel for and stuff to chip. I'd like to get in a rotation where I'm repairing one year, chip sealing that next year. I'll have a bigger budget for that chip seal and oil, that every other year. So I'm leaning that way, heading that way. Hopefully I can get on a schedule. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to get in front of a mic if you want to talk, and we want anybody else to be able to hear this if you've got something you need to say.
Yes, you're talking about the different repairs and stuff that you're going to make on your county roads. Do you know how many miles of county road that you're going to repair and what the county road numbers are?
We have 422 miles in the whole county.
Is that, no, just your precinct?
No, I'll tell you. So just give you a breakdown of it. The whole Titus County, the city only has 114 miles in the whole city. Just give you an example. Okay. This kind of helps it in my mind that between the city and all precincts, we have about the same amount of roads. So my precinct, I have 105 miles. Mr. Parchman has 84 miles.
Yes, sir. Can you just
1.
concentrate on your precinct, please? Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. I just want to know since you were the one that was talking and it was concerning your stuff, and you're saying that you did all this stuff, that's why I was like, how many miles of road repair do you foresee for this next year, and what county roads do that entail?
I'm really not sure how much it's going to impair, but I mean, I spread out and cover my whole precinct trying to keep all my roads maintenanced. And then as far as a rebuild of a whole road, I'm not sure I'm going to have to rebuild any roads, but we will have a few roads where I'll blade patch them where we can do. Average right now is probably about 6 miles of chip sealing a year, and it can go up to 10 or 12 miles.
The reason I'm asking, sir, is the road commissioners are governed by the traffic code, section 251.005. And that's why I was asking about whether or not you knew how many miles and what particular county roads that you would include for this next year on your maintenance budget.
Okay, for next year?
Yes.
Yeah,
because this is the budget for the next fiscal year, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So yes, that's what I would like to know. If you could break that down per road, per mile, or whatever, how many miles per county road?
Here's what I'm going to suggest. I think your questions are valid.
Yes, sir.
But this isn't really the time and the place for that. If you'll write them down, that would be great, and give him an opportunity.
Awesome.
Maybe he could sit down with you or give you a written answer, talk to you.
That'd be
I
great.
think that's all legitimate, and they all warrant an answer, but rather than taking up our time where we're trying to work through just some basic initial building blocks here, if we can get into those specifics.
Awesome. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll text it to you. Let me think on it, because I got 2 or 3 roads that I got to get ready for next year. I'm already planning for next year to chip seal those. I add those miles up. And then I got a road or 2 that I may just road coat with overcoat. It's a good repair too. We're doing a lot of new things in the county.
You know, and if you want
So
to write,
I'll write you some notes.
questions down, text them to him, or write them down on paper, take a picture and text it to him, something for him to kind of work off of. Yeah, if you'll look at the top of the agenda, it'll give everybody's cell phone number, and you can text to that.
You got me.
Or write your questions down on your white paper, take a picture and send it to him, give him a basis to, work up some legitimate answers for you. Okay? Were you
All right, I'm
finished,
good.
Barbara?
Well, I want to go back to the contingency that we talked about. You're right, Mr. Fitch.
To the, what'd you say, contingency?
The contingency that we used last year. Remember, we set aside $50,000 that you didn't have access to until after the audit?
Yeah.
I think it's good that we go ahead and set that aside because we want to make sure that we are transparent to the public. Those funds are special revenue funds. They can't be used for anything else. And so when you do a budget amendment, it won't be a brand new budget amendment. It will just be moving from contingency to wherever you choose to move it. And everybody's amount will be different depending upon what you started with and your carry forward and how much you might carry forward this year. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
And if you're going to do it, I think 50,000 is a good, fair, easy number to work with.
Right.
To start with. So,
right.
Yeah.
John, anything else?
I can't think of anything else. Good.
I have one request, Judge Lee. Instead of taking that truck and that trailer that y'all are going to purchase and splitting it between the 4 of you so that all the paperwork then becomes 4 times as much as what it would be if we did just one person, what precinct would you like for me to put that in?
Because we really don't have a common account anymore.
We do not have that anymore.
Yeah, that's a good
No.
question.
So where would you like to put it? Do you want it to this time we'll do precinct 1 or it's more likely to be used? Are you going to be the one most likely to do that work?
It's probably best to do it at 1 or 3 because it's easier to keep it there. Does that make any difference, though? I mean,
It does not matter.
It really doesn't matter.
I will give it a designated, it won't just say capital outlay. I'll make sure it says shared.
I don't care. I mean,
Anybody.
any way you want to do it. I know we all keep
Just
up so much stuff.
trust
And then,
Barbara to figure that out?
yeah, I'll take it if you want me
that
to. And then I know you've got that distributor truck at your place. You always have to register that.
Yep.
Most everything's shared equipment. Dana deals with that. I'll take it and then put it on mine. And then when those trailers and then that truck comes up,
That's good.
I'll get that registered and stuff. Yeah,
sorry?
and I'll get a 10% discount on that, hopefully. 10% discount for the home base.
Or Jeff, he pay it.
Okay.
Dana, you want to go over yours? If you don't need him,
No, I just, I got a little, like moved a little culverts. I've been having to put a lot of culverts in here lately, and it's, and I still got another one to put in, but I'm gonna have to wait till next budget because it's by itself $2,300. So I'm gonna have to wait until,
you've just done a little moving around. What's happened to that capital outlay money? Have you reallocated that, or you just don't need it this year?
well, I didn't really see. We'll get to it.
I mean, hopefully you don't need it. I just want to be sure.
Right. What's my pay? On that, that's $62,000, what you talking about?
Yeah.
I don't know, like I said, you can see right now on that, my road material is pretty good, it's pretty close. And I'm probably going to have some maybe, because we.
Well, you've left it the same.
Right, well, I just, like I said, if it is, I could use it, I could sure use it. I just didn't overlook that.
Well, I think you ought to look at that and let Barbara.
I'll talk to
If
Barbara.
you're going to reallocate that money, or if you're going to remove it from your budget, she needs to know.
So 23 for the backhoe, Barbara, is I can pay part of that and just pay that off and be done with that?
You want to go ahead and do that?
Could I do that, then
I
just...
think that'd be a good move.
Oh, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Good move, yeah.
Then pay that off, and then put the rest of it in the road material?
You want to pay that off this year before the end of fiscal year? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that'd be fine.
Okay.
Then I won't have any bills at all.
You'll have some bills.
Well, I don't have bills, but no big bills like that. Unless you want to go
How
in
much
with me.
is that a month?
Huh?
How much is that a month?
What's that?
That's the payment you're talking about.
He pays it annually. All the
Annually.
commissioners
Just
pay it.
annually?
It's annual. Uh-huh.
Yeah. Just it's a yearly bill that we do.
I know that.
That'll get that headache off of me.
Right.
And then I guess put the rest of it in
That will zero it out.
Yes, sir.
That's great.
Then I'll put the rest of it in road oil, or road material,
Road
whatever.
material.
Yes, ma'am.
Judge Lee, what I usually do for the commissioners is I don't ask them to calculate any salary increases, any FICA, Medicare, all of that. So that road materials line, we know that they want that to be as much as it can be. So I factor in all those items in the road materials
Let
line
that be a
item.
plug item?
Exactly.
Okay, that's fine.
Exactly.